Woman to me over 10. Claire, queer, I say, sir. Oh, into Omwa, what they've taken it, they've given it. It is also they've not given any. It constituency for now. Now, my dreams from the Omnibus. And when the elders are saying, what's it? What in Adani idea said you are young quay anyway. Would they? Mamma introduce a soft penny, a Braham. Soft penny Braham, Abeka and Sir William Braham, Ababeka and Sadamania Canada said there were some spiritualities, even swearing in the crown. There's been some spiritual issues around the swearing in. And Ramete say a yes of baby or South Africa, but two just say a Kunyana president better transfer. In fact, before and no, Teresa Sakunya not transfer and say be fierce ye Nansani at a Milson.
This is how Ghana yet back when you betray. Was it one angels do me and son and AP? Do me and son the parliamentarians won't do money each also revenge beba. Nabakoso and Sano at a mess, dear, no Quakunya, who named the truth to say Kim. And now the four by two. Say be bet me at dear, just one quarry ready or Yakunya, the NTS Moka, me and was. Well, you are Yakunya.
25. I am Prophet Rachel Masabata from Kadosh International Ministries here in South Africa, Kempton Park. And I carry and I bear a message for two nations in particular, the nation of South Africa and once again the nation of Ghana. The nation of Ghana, once again, the Spirit of the Lord is speaking to the NDC party in Ghana. The moment President Mahama will be sworn in as president, the moment he takes his seat as president, something will begin to happen in the realms of the Spirit. I saw fingers that are coming from the grave. I saw a spirit that is coming from the grave. I do not know what happened to the late President Atta Mills. The late President Atta Mills. I do not know NDC. I do not know what happened to President Atta Mills. But this is what the Lord is saying. I am seeing the moment I saw the fingers coming from the grave will be pointing and collecting people in the parliament, people in the NDC party, including President Mahama, because the moment he will take that seat, something will activate in the realms of the Spirit. And this is the finger that is coming straight from the grave that will point. Ghana, pray for the mercies of the Lord. Pray and ask God for forgiveness. NDC, pray and ask God for forgiveness. Pray for Ghana. May the Lord have mercy. May the Lord have mercy. May the Lord have mercy. May the Lord have mercy.
Back to sender. Back to sender. Enti edana yes ade ye back to sender man kama Obaka Christian back to sender ye bo man say ye until ofie no ofie asem na emom de enim ne say honhom sem bi according to Onua prophets na beduko bi etre mu what no ehunu Reverend Usubempa ebeka bibi in that line so them say but mpa ya akoso ene ne ma akoso Mammy, we are because I have Beduko be cracked or no, yes, Juman Mende, a president elect. What by a president elect? And your reverend. One more conto quite one reverend also by Pano was one motion ye and a reverend of Panu also by power. Beduko be no a national organizer. That's how Ghana have a mobile and this year suffer. Who would have a mobile and this year suffer? Adam J. I'm what lesson number 8 no cry a Roman father say your friend, Roman father say Krachi. A crowd on quite one show one for the MPP for Zika. Now, call the MPP for that number check. Femina guy. New BSika, watch the NDC for cry show Roman father. Number say, as a mo. A Juma Kunaka cry, prepare better than Sofa Moody, a who tartan, the wood tartan, and Pia Stadium, some kind to the man, say, or Shem Kowale. Yedi, Yeni, one Kowale. Sofa, you are Shem Kom. Babamina Sankasa. Was second income. I'm the first one or Syrian or second income at the crib to me, Sao how no Emma. And no what say, Nipano, yes, I could know a president be at Naswansa.
ya so ani de na na do kwatena so no saa nipa no nipa mienu bi won kwa hwe omo wo Kumase
na konya ye en Kumase
ai wo se ye ne tafo o se nkroma de no kura ne saa nipa no ye saa konya ne papa e na ye de nkroma tena so no wo mo ye mienu wo bodi ne na mrefie wo revelation me no so me de ato wonti ye bebo ye di nkomo na ye bebo ye introduce reverend afi ya bo second one no no tie de no so de aba so ma mi misa so fo nyanya mi ano abato ye honhom sem
mechia etifo ni ahwefo
o ma joso
abato de obi obekasa spirituality ni mia no oboa because nipa bia wonu wiase bia kra no abrabo no hia spirituality and so obi kasa abato spirituality wo mu a as normal as
yeah to aba ye fire pento
oh do pabeto but say mo sorry am betena hai nyame ka mo ho na mote ha
exactly
enti ya na spirituality no say ya normalize the name ani eluku hu a na akwete say aye say mojatwa bi ne niam bebre say bebem eno na ma onso panyine wo ka say two question bi say asofo no mo ye campaign managers ana oka odika but if we no campaign manager be sorry no ohiam paibo if we say boni wo wiase enti obi be sorry so okay we ade akwa mi ni na dwen mu but me pekwan bi so say obe yare a ontimi nsori nkoye de person koye a honor spirituality no a play ewum bebre because ye yifri ma enye ye but say obi say to me bi kuta no no na ekotam obi abeto akonya no so no hono de adabraka so wo to me party a enka lesser party say kua donkom ene wo mo na de to me na kopagya wo abesi wo ne wo say ne wo na de to me na pagya wo abesi wo say spirituality e wo abato mu no basically evil because say obi sorry a otimi say me ade we na me koye
I also be ho adwuma
95
ba say utumi ni nyame kasa na nyame ama wakwankyere na wo koye akwankyere no ho adwuma
okay bibi ye frɛ sɛ nyame decree bibi a wo ka Bible no Daniel 9:24 o nyame decree say Israel for their transgression or their where they are going no no 70 and 7 a decree o ya ho hwe a di nyame se obeye nsa no obeye now so bi hye nkom no ka so ya anya hu bibi a that means nkom hye na conditional
bibi da ho
bibi bata ho
o ya ho adwuma
asa but say
na nyame nkom hye o the condition ka ho wa ho
ebebre bi ho condition ka ho nyame betimi aka say o nana ya afia di wani mu wo benya skapa
amen ne de ma fa condition bi anto wenya to wasa
enti abasa na wo ba sorry so okay o kan no ka say wa amon empire the moment o be ka say wa amon empire that is o patch say condition
ebata ho
so mami ayi na wo play say menim so metini here or can say Ghana should pray or they should pray
yeah Mompire
good
because in 17 be equal parliament in fact so for penny uche so time our treasurer captain beba be MP this year or so kwadwo be MP this year it's a by elections was it by elections basi e parliament and to beba be MP this year it's almost time with this woman's
by election their parliament be ABC ho
possible
parliament then a by elections we are fourth republic you pay almost every I said I mean I know the enokra say only say question wanted back parliament be a by elections
there be say we said there we no more can say bibi
yeah see and we ajana one parliament be a by elections
so for ajana one ho because we hwe na before the elections no akwala akra could tell say Ghana for buafu ubie phone line obi obefre bi adwala say kom de no ahokyere wo ho enti mutumi hwe saa situation na mo de ahye nkom
en krepa en kre say abato bi obetuma ka say menya vision say sabe me say menya vision say but e bia me hwe radio me hwe say na me hu ye but wo tie kire etimi nya analysis how say no see you sorry for yourself
ba me nua ne so political ambition that akora answer sa nkom say me nua no
aha enti asofo no hu ye no waka aye no kre ebetimi abam because so hu ya ekra be fa so aba no sometimes no untimi enchre this opinion cast a by election to be seen it also confirms say any possible some commission between them because say captain no ambition
no but no en fa hu ntu ni paso afa no mo koso en ninth parliament dumienu
okay
even the time omo dey swearing in no was spiritual connotation be at midnight
it depends on the constitution say e ma ho kwan sa dia
yeah the constitution says 1159 anado adwuma ba wie ba ono watu ho ade so dada kora 1159 be
good
okone fie
it's not just say because of time you know say okay 12 twemu a na yesim it yesim ye na na ju say nti we free wa na we rem
so the be a gap
no dey me who spirituality be e wo ho but they said the mama can me ankasa personally me bompae me hunu ade but me hunu say e hunu e ya doso so they said okay say and
17 so
out so 17 no or person 17 will be chased
NDC 17 nipa 17 bewu
okay
I also be free revenge
95
wa bewu ma even former even president elect cry or bedini wo
so president elected the Ghana phone be cry na mo share come say obewe in election almost ka wo no fa no
I send us of penny osu bempa na mate se wo ka bi
anya ono kwa bebre
ono na ono pe na mate
eno na ma me so ma se bisa na
ede
na fe na ede na fe na edru se owura John Dramani mama wo be wu atoye so ede na fe na te se de ma me kan se wo hu atano sensa e be atano stand wo wu ye
na wo be revenge ya wo so ne dada wo se wo ye den
na sama na ya ba nje ura we du yanko
ya ni wa ba ko efie wo twa Ose time of free na nkrofo bi kikan na papa ni mu bi ti ori aye bi commission no de ko fo
na sama na ehode
na da bi na wu take revenge ade na wu take revenge said ya wo kan immediately you see na wo twen na Ghana for any whatever it is no etumi ato abade atia aban ye say ono mra meto aso na afi na sama wo meso o so le wo kwan
media
it's a bit strange
so for the be chire na media we dia
because nipa no enya fa nsi akonya so ene ye hunahuna ni
good I know a honor there me personal problem with it say ya say okay President Mahama be win election no me ka so for no me manka anko ho omo say President Mahama be win wa win okay wa win wie no say nyame e ka asem kire wa o ka asem no bi e kire bi on so on ma details enti sese see makasha na nasa na eba be speaker of parliament abamu wi a manya me access to nana enti se me hu bibi fra na me di be gina bedwam se me ka
na ye bibia
o ti obi se papa na se wo kwa
be me afre me kra enti ada na wo kan se
enti wo na wo ka mo honestly me person me nti o ma se because mo na mo ka se papa be we wa we ni enti se mo hu bibi afterwards
no ya na show na because even omo kan bi ma Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia so for ka ho bi mo kan bi ma so na be wi ni immediately olusu ye no ebi asese o ma no spiritual reasons why olusu ye ebi si wan hwa ko wi ni a mo je ebe gu no any ade but some of them said tintina heart dia Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia be wi ni whether rain or shine ebi kra ka say ewiem be sakra certain time bi ntie sia no onu said you can no correct ewiem so sakra it didn't happen
good
but later they said 3 days time the change necessary 3 days time I don't know who move kwa so bedu ko bi kra se wono wo Ashanti region a party esi wa Ashanti ono na ko so ade ma Ashanti region o mo eto aba no kwetena afie a o ma to aba
yeah me go answer now suffer baby me some question e bi a be very be na ye ya na ye ka say papa mama be win dina yesi won win wo mewu ana na ho de nyankopon amfa anka win ni yesi won win mewu
na de nyankopon na wo de de yi so win na ono na mo set record bi ana ase
eno so ka ade a me ka ne say ye ka say nyame se obawe ni wa bawie afa no na yes abebo wo atoro so bi kura se ne time no onwie obi kura se say
e bi se atamasi ye to no bi beto no
no cross am say
na so Ghana ha ma to e kwame na hoy ebe ka kire bra Professor Jena no pokwa jina so wo aboa no magana for tisi ni sumo afa no abeche sa anadwene be ka bi foforo even Professor kra na no bu afu wo hwe se de ananimu anu ode te wo atum so wo say papa we aso ani he panimu kasasa ha ma to kwame na ahoy ebe ka kire bra Professor Jena no pokwa jina so wo aboa no magana for tisi ni sumo afa no abeche sa anadwene be ka bi foforo even Professor kra na no bu afu wo hwe se de ananimu anu ode te wo atum so wo say papa we aso ani he panimu kasasa
na obetimi ahyem komba the intentions no wo trim no say wo de bagidi ana ana wo so the intentions is always what cause it say nyame se kansem now we access to the person
ya mo de gidin
ebinom itam say eye obia na ni trim ponti a o kasa so obi say okay asomasi we obewu ampa wu anu asa kofa picture na ba say me ka say we obewu no wu ana me busa me ho say eno no de na wo gain because say nyame ma wo sra o man was also to 10 things. It is a CS will be crown asheshe. And now say be MPP for the person be a job am free so. Na enya meeting pono no. That means the thing is changeable. As I say a bomb pie say papa na betra so wo be wie na dwuma. But say ye cost say okay say the besia. Na say to me and I was saying am dey ma and come na wo dey hye no. Wo dey hye say okay NC na efagi di.
Ba ebinom so to me say nkom eye ho adwuma force say nkom ne mrema na.
Nana
say bia wa hye nkom no pese nkom ne bem to obekwa koye nyangoma de say be ya nkom hye betimi abem
okay mama nka asem bi nchiro
kire me
say nyame there's a God behind every devilish work that's when me can confront him say
mama nyankopon ben
good
nyame o wosoro ye
nyame o wosoro ye hwe nyame tiri po first to say e bia nyame fasa ma wo ka si abonten ka no wo betu wo tu no na bodamfo be kojo no de ade bo pam
nyame de apobon try
nyame ma ne masa but ebia nyame tiri propani o mu bi ka na outsider bibi kase bi kosi yes yes wo hono ntia sesa bodamfo yi na bia babo I break this demon o hu fin so na nyame te ba bi sa bi so nyame se nana ya de na wo wani mu nti me lusu we bia stop
ntia no ebia nyankopon in his own wisdom ebeti ma bibi boni bi ato but eno no prevent bibi so wonim
sa it is so be shankom say okay chinchina way so there is no way the sovereign will of God can be superseded by the will of man
ta
dabi de nyame pe
na sa so fo enyamu nyina na mo free nyame
ana meka eti de mecha say de nyame
say ne no onye sof
na no be de ho so you need a discerning spirit to
good you need a discernment but say nyame si ade me de be fa okay obetuma bompae obetumi aye de obeye bia but ono ka say they say omo ka say okay and this for the to kwa be bank moja be hwegu ni ade e bi ewie no nipa kwa analysis e ka sa kire no
yeah
but e
bia na wedi ntwe ya we
e bia de omo ye ndc for ye nyina nyame ta kire tio
na nyame tumi me won say nyame tumi ma asofo ba ko mu nyina mu free nyame ho na we ahye nkom different we dey different na nyame ay confused
na bi nyame nye confused ye na confused
ta
nyame de untimi ma nye confused o ye nyame prekope the sovereignty nipa bi antimi sesa no say nyame se na ya wo o ba ba ye tisbasaka bi speaker of parliament e bi a wo ko right wo ko no o de farisese si amete yi be say sister woni ma hunter wo se me de me hunter me nimu ho me nko hoda
me se ma hunter
okay me se china woni mu ho right now
yeah nipa ni nimu ho
nipa no so nimu ho untimi nko firi o ma no yeyi but nyame betimi ama obi a unsa wo o free side ho anabia ye wo sakro mu
ye wo water de ntina me ni ma hunter no mo ya hunter for
very good na nipa na se china obi say na ye friko frodia and so
me free ho body me free ho
etibia on say free no ba say hunter we na me de be gina o say na ma mo kro bia de ma
hunter na say spiritual
I am function I want to say
odi
so that say and so bia na see me chimke na me kai
yes
it is enkom sheba na nyame pese ade a me pe esia one of the prophets ebusa na some kan ye me dey prophet elbenadebena obi I'm say fifi prat so you say una adi doma mo say da bi nyame a cross for man for no e na de ne bae me de me
voters no
good o say me de me hu na me hye nkom no na mu ye voters no
e na da to aba
e ho no watimi adi nyankopon no nyam kra de ama no asa yi ne ho afrim so dan omo a ebia for say the department 5 we see na de buy we see na de buy we see na de buy
oh me na de buy for ndesi see
it amount to the intentions by which omo kasa omo na de buy
who say be what intentions wo
nana obia what intentions o ebibi
all right
so say see ade your pia ni your intentions is not to spoil it oh you aduma wow but obi o ho so a esese say omo na no bi mu ne ani de anya no
na so
enti funtun frɛ fu de denkyem frɛ atwimiri mu den no entia atwimiri mu
so because ayede ya hey abosomfo bi kan akonfo bi kan say dey okay kwala toto fe kwala so kan
ne kwakubo nsam kra
kan it is a sia na aba no why na wodi ekoma ne nyina no ese ade mu nya hye mawurade say entokwa ama no ayi o mampanyina ma yen it is so NDC so at this point we all need to pray for the man but the main thing say omo na omo hye nkom so be president no na afi omo asanya kokoduro say owuo ben no because the omo kan nye but esese afi na mo access no NDC panifo wom just mo
na mana kwankyere se be betimi a prevent
saade na free ho dan se ebeba be to say oh say na ye mo kra na ye tenchen no fa na se bia nya me yi bibi foforo kire no me in particular me nim say President John Mahama no matter what obe finish the term
obe wie the 4 years
because sabe oto ononya bofra medical or doctors oh wait it is some kasi e mo empire the let some culture and conditional enya nyame na so obewu
mo pema BBS
that's it say nyame say dia ye ni wasem ba mo say e mo ho empire na say ni special mama owo South African meti on say ye nyin kom she ento form
in fact or the reason crab video no ha say ready kwa me to so and I'm sure I say edit it and also e wapa yenti video no ha bo ma yenti Henry e wo ha ye money yenti the only solution or the aba according to nyame de oyitire no solution the aba wo kire sa akonya president betena so no eno na so mo ye hu bibi that video is available say e wo ha why mo ye ready ana wa ma yabo any aha oze
jakonwa na ma nkwatena so
waso wo mo esen akonwa no wo mfre wo
nti so okọ no wo mo awue
waso wo mo te ase wo mo tetafo baby last day no obo kan ho na me say hinehini o satafo hinehini o say o so South Africa and tafo de tafo HB wo baby
inhia so
na inhia so na tafo inhia so de video no beba na eba watie obo no mo ni ye ntimi so anka mitrim aha wo bo nkrofo no kra din nipa mienu din ya wo kire say president nkofre omo mra swearing ni bi omo Ghana fo hunu so omo ene since akonya no
ministries here in South Africa, and today this is a solution prophecy to the nation of Ghana. Ghana, there is good news. There is good news to every problem that you are confronted with, because the Lord reveals to redeem. I am Prophet Rachel Masabata from Kadosh International Ministries here in South Africa, and today is the 4th of January 2025. If you are listening to this solution prophecy for the nation of Ghana, share the video. If you are in the nation of Ghana, share the video everywhere until it reaches the members of parliament, until it reaches the president himself. There is a solution. I am not from Ghana, I am from South Africa, but because of the grace of God, the Lord has revealed a lot of things concerning the nation of Ghana. As I was in prayer, praying for nations, and God revealed, and as He revealed about Ghana, I began to write everything that He has revealed, and there is a solution to all the problems you are facing now on the ground, even on Parliament everything that is going wrong in Ghana, there is a solution, and that solution is tied to the chair or the seat that the president is meant to sit on the day he will be sworn in as president. That chair that you see in this video, that chair that stands for Ghana, that's where the secret to the solution for Ghana lies. You see all these confusions and everything that is happening. It is because that chair, that seat now, does not recognize the NDC in the spirit. It does not recognize the NDC or President Mahama in the spirit. And this is why even the NDC people are behaving as though they have not won the election, destroying things on the ground. The president, the NDC party, the whole nation, there are two people you need to look for. And these are the people who made that very chair. The Spirit of the Lord made it known to me that those people are not supposed to be hidden. You are supposed to reveal them to the nation. Let the nation of Ghana see them, reveal them to the nation. Let appreciate them, show them to the nation, acknowledge them, appreciate them for the work that they have done. Because what I saw in the spirit is that they even sacrificed to make this chair. They took 3 days. I saw 3 days. They took 3 days to make this chair. They took 3 days. They made this chair out of the goodness of their heart. And the Spirit of the Lord even showed me what they were compensated those years ago for this chair. If I convert it to Ghana cedis today, it is equivalent to 36 Ghana cedis. And I'm saying the Spirit of the Lord is saying, find these people, let them be known, let them be revealed to the entire nation. And the Spirit of God took me to a place in the region of Kumasi. I saw a place, I don't know how to pronounce this, it is Tafor Ihinya, Tafor Ihinya in Kumasi region. This is where these two people are, and their names were also revealed to me. It is Kwesi Ajihia and Apia. Kwesi Ajihia and Apia. Find these two people in that region in Tafor Ihinya. Find them there and let the nation of Ghana know them.
Then to South Africa on 71. Hey, well, South Africa no cry muti so I what time be so I say someone was South Africa president or to so okra no e munyo sa o yeah wo bompire yes so for be another country ye beto be cash over $1 million
nye go dey
what would you man so I say nkwam no so for no ho me mo so for no say nkwam there be so for na me say dem kan ti ase so for no Africa ya certain part of Africa ya ya me dem mo bia di so for me dem mo bia di ya waji 100 million was akopɛ 500
waji
500 million ye mu fu ye ta wa sa ko na ka ni Ghana sam ye kan na yeah, so I'm saying, come no, the baby to who or saying the caveat to home, Sanwa, but whom me count. Now, whom you commission to me at the moon. Now, whom you commission and Nimo, and to Mrs. Nayametano and Adi. Namin to meet Nasno, was Sam come with our say, well, who may suffer no. Why was I got 502 or 2 Musa?
Why the one, so woman, one also.
What I say? When you have a president, dear, Becca be our bay. Yeah, because as of for near Magunity, so I was a Muslim. A bad sadia, baby, a Bacasa could be another dear to and Yabo, we are a war party. Into no Kakutia, SMP. Nay, so for only the Paka make a ah, you now would you dance so the Mika what you want?
Makes me kind of tree.
Our dear woman, I'm actually good.
Now, I did for Ghana. Yeah, and I saw for a mere quadro more Ghana. But, say, I'm common politicians. It's just what we respect Ghana. I did for you. Oh, because all more wants to know Ghana did for but all more Hana did for Ghana. The value of place on us
because a bit of spiritual fathers or Ghana. That's what I'm saying. Spiritual fathers go yes, so did for be any and when you the crum. To say, Mammy, some okay.
na na ye ko ehwa wo se ye fere ho say
say ehwa ho say woni yesini nua
go bia ni say two power research be bia yesini nua wo Ghana ha ehwa na be ba
e mpanifo no kra no
yi so a say soccer band be bi ni nua obi ani common na so obi ani say
e bia mpanifo no
ko nua do no wa ho de yesini
say opa kire say na mama ncha de before you do be see o mampanyin wa hu say akonya woti so yi nana say one father bi mpo na sofo bi amon pa ya ma wa pese woti ase say wontimi sare pa kilometer ba bia wote no
baby
just a brebe do nyame apega do that level and no naturally nyame ama the spirit
say honhom wo ho a honhom ye adwuma aha but see ya no mama bibia overly depends
on president Mahama ultimate be president no onye naive
baby
first wadi bi dawo
ai
enti onye
lay person bi obetime dey commission hunahuna no sa
bi back obasa ni susuma sa hunahuna no so it was before obetan ade no so no first appointed by the whole nation Ghana for nyina susuma
tanati who do me make can say be sa
enti me sure say ono no sa ni me obehwehwe am na get it to him but because of said okay ehunti no say etmima o open up nana me ka some chabrante bia we dey me ketwem ono oba bi nete na oba na de niam ahye dem na me ka chese masa kodem o sese koyi okoyi wie no say o me say on something no say de papa me ntum me jagu ne mpa so na ma video lady ne ba ye na ade no gu mpa no so no wan say nya no hu o force hu na boy no
odi ade no say hu
eto ya no wa unim no afa so no afra so catch the say na me say omo fro nya mo fro biom stop you because all pass information am around mu na nya good and don't listen to any of them na hwete BBC a eti me believe say ma me asem okay no me nim say bia 7 pen for no mu omu nyini konya no e bi o ma ye mere omu hia bibi kakra anase bibia but say you no plan president
good o sin akonya we see e bona baso afum so ni ho I don't have a problem with this because nipa waye bi na de onu ye president ho ni no a kwafo ko tutu ne nan kra no say na do ne na busuafo ne mo mema ne bibi kakra ma na aha na ne de onu ye Ghana akonya president bia betena so
na wono say mo kan be bia no nya adwene say wasika e de man ne equivalent to 10 but that time say bia na say sika na tasase
sikamu
what you say
hono
sabre na tasase
hono na ma me so me dwene say bia na mpenfo no recognition na because the fact that we bosika no o buy a day I just say
what's the motive because Safia esieye ba nya akonwa ni pause ne ye na ebe ba be so be answer
what was so 17
what was so 17 mu say what ma 17 in parliament na da o na me na e ka se nipa 17 a o si akonwa nipa de be tra fo na be stop be ti ase so dem ti aha na me tem kan bra fo ma ni ti bi anka e be bo ada me ti awa wi why na big deal na me ayi God reveals to redeem as a wakano until please pray na redeem me why because e bi nipa no gra to yenim tokoro kura o se na nipa a wo so ye nipa o si mesi no men realize so dem che ha na ewo nya de papa ya motemu hunu na so for we 2025 here wo ye ni mu ya His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ochana ye de nbesi akonya so no there's one thing too about Ghana akonya no MPP force ya omdo mo nsa ba ko na so afena ni J Kufo ede ne nsa ba ko na so afena ni na na do dankwa Kufo ado wo de ne nsa ba ko na so afena ni Ata Mills ede ne nsa mienu na so akofena ni
Mama
John Dramani Mahama ede ne nsa mienu na aso akofena ni in fact asofo ni bia san ahye nkom se won san fa ne nsa mienu enso akofena ni spirituality bi ebata eya akofena no ho
first one share nkom
obi a share nkom se bia
e dey na third one dey abeda ne nkom
na entire routine who said NPP usually use one hand NDC use nsa mienu
yeah me meeting
enti ho so ye de honhom ebata ho
meeting di fufuo mprensa meeting ye fufuo me
enti obi be ka kiro say ye baba kunya ma na di fufuo
enti we commission
no but omo tell say bibi bata ho nti so afade sabienu no niam betibi ha
enti wo mo do omo sa ba ko ye no so
omo so honhom kwan mu no sa na eso omo ye no ntia nke bia ba omi awuri ya ofane sa ba ko nye
di wan fa so be dey na beba say MPP we need down
na me kwaso for school Bisasofo.
Nana.
Prophet na wa ha no.
Ye wo mo say.
Yeah.
Bibia nipa ye bia sesia.
Yes.
Bia no spirituality bata ho. But ade ba come ka che wo bia no say.
Yeah.
Obi o ho a omo mpa da. Unkura Bible da.
Debbie.
Yo be kan bia wontie. Onyare okoso abrabom.
Odi yie. So for Ghana ha kura sikafo awugu a metimi akyere o sikafo mebo be tai adwaman.
Good.
Adwaman.
Good.
So BBM ana da
ye. Ama ya sa akopa che okura akopa bidi. Ewurade nyame.
We anu ase ehira na ka.
Eti na adwam odi oba akwa awaje no.
Good. So eti on say na nyame bobi obo nipa no.
Na nyame wo odo ma obi a.
Nyame boy yen e wo ni seso. Eti sunsun ekuta nipa no. Nyame ko bi ontimi control yen. Wo hwe Genesis 11 at the Tower of Babel. Bible say ko mu si. Nyame hwe so no se nkofoi. Mitimi nku omo. Man confuse omo language a. Eti no na kakasa ba ko na nyame se mama we aka.
Mama fa kasa fa do.
Nyasa ko ntimi.
Ba ka nyame enka obetimi aku omu nyina.
Sap. Eti
obevi omo kra.
Nyame
but it didn't happen.
Go nyame boy yen. E wo enti tawtu we. Minimum but my shana will say the soon small na kuma edin sani pasano o pa ka so be ni so ka so boa o boa na wo kan wo ye den a obeso de bia na o kona ni o be ka say o be for because that's
prophet so for bia be hye me nkom sa ada wu eno kra no na ka kire direct ana pa bi makanda minim se me ka wo TV so a na me kwa adwuma na ya santo a no ye adwuma wo jubilee ono na ado ye media correspondent bi na make us so for lokra wawu ana pa bi me bai na cheso wo hwehwe me dindindin ya de asem na eso se a sofros mercy sa sofo na edua bi si eye ofanko ha no se ya ntwa ye ntumi enye sa overhead no na sofo ne say and that thing it took a while and pass wo mkobo mpa ye ya yankoma de anso mu twadua na so mu wie no
good
na sa sofo na suma say me kan say and the sofo was specific kachire ni so otwe mu tan oni Kofi Adoma bewu anya se condition kra ho
good otwe mu tan
anapatutu o se safe no na akuadon kwa wa firi mu ye o ena de me Kofi Adoma me ni Kofi Adoma akọ baabi na o ka se me ni akuadon ko ye interview bi fa e wo time a Major Mahama firi mu no e wo asie ye ho in fact nipa obi sa question kwa na nyame a na Metro TV lady kitu young girl bi but me twabi and ya da me am ho din ne mo ho tan bebrebe ene ye de be se me nim se no ogina so de ka sa o sedan o ekwa don ko so firi mi krom anapatutu to wa ba adwuma o ene ye de hia o se o se me uni o se mesi tutwu mu tan na am se me back to sender dam de mi mani so dem che me ka se nipa o se sa nkom
wo ko
nipa ye de nkom se so no na ekoye me no
won so ko
mete ha
good
me ni Kofi Adoma nyina
good eti debia me kase nipa ye sunsun no ti sa me se bi odifo but won't me kan sem bia negative am nyintum da because I believe in positivity no apart from saying am asem no me gidi say bibia me de me sabe so me yen me for so be yi but me ntimi makwa ma onfa hu me to me so eti say abayfo asempa me ni say I don't believe it. They are there, but they have their boundary. Bronsam call your chief, no. Bible says resist the enemy and he shall flee.
Yeah.
There be also resist. That means that you decide the national say, who resist the enemy himself. But so come up on some coin say, hey, say, not when you're quite rim because he only operates by what we will allow.
Now then, I say in the end time, he prophets, Munina, Monkomshan, nada negative.
Mama
31st night asa obi obesem kombia bibia nye wo mu de bia beto so yes virus for froba na nim say virus start in November
enti so
November o start in November 31st night o ma say kom say for froba
ade no so wo ho
start in November dada
yentra covid 19
ba November and so ba November but it was say December China sa yare na badada omo ko ma China for kra be ka say nye no kore atiesi mu US so before 31st night pasan kom hye no sa
ba adne so wo ho
abadada so dem je
any problem kakra me wo ayi no say na question ya we bi say em say no asa na answer na me dwene say indi are na Ghana de ye nkom hye no aya enye se oman wi yie beba ye so omanfo obedi yie enipa smesi a woni obi afu we di obeyi obi ne mpembi no na we bewu na ahia pani we beye na we beye ada ne enkasa kwara bi be fefe enso nkwara afefe wo man eni emebi enkoyi obi abusu emetimi yeye ada ne no de ya yenhunu na pani a obenya problem nko aho asem na ta bia yeka
mama prophet William Braham and Kabibi kakra na fe enfa enkom hye de incident parliament because about this current president ochira na ebeso any in good Nanado would become former president ene anajo 11:59 12 boken you were former about 12 jubilee dada he's still the president as we speak till anadri then as a prophet second coming. And there's going to be a second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying yakasa bebre.
Yes.
But now person me bo sa negative no so answer my ban.
Sure.
Said you na open.
Sure.
Say matrase say tetiadifo no they directed nations and kingdoms. Eti ohene ana obi a president nya asem
a so for that but yes say easy
Ablekuma hono
bibi
Greater Accra Coalition Center BBSC e wo na say Citronia o hono e the report e bre ye 9 nim de si e wo easy Ablekuma North e na omo share say 24 hours which is today and this for bonyo so wo mo scan copies na MPP for bibi wo then
yes I'm
strong yeah mo hwe ne I'm strong ma have you I'm strong then I cause Ablekuma North.
Yeah, so currently they say Ablekuma North. Ablekuma North, Electoral Commission regional office. And that's so I also mujina mention Omufri Ablekuma North. And ba menuka say coalition EC conference room. It has come to a standstill. Menuka say Omuntimi raise our coalition. They've gone into a meeting, but almost supporters no Omutimi Bobo Onua Omo director of election our constituency on we peer on Omo Ekasa but embisa no one side on train and na course one side on NTA coalition no be seen Omuntimi enwe boss you are live on Onua TV.
All right, thank you.
Number 12 say
the friend Daniel Tonyega, the elections director for Ablekuma North NDC. Now
earlier on one side a day important course one side on my NDC for a coalition na Mosi Dabi we yes a day important course. Okay, so baby I free baby drew her and they say now you were over 62 polling stations and then collate here. So after mandamus application now court to order now your lawyers I can say a stay of execution. However, yet he say easy for a juma. So we realize that no, regardless of this, or say banebeshe near kosu. Yeba na omudi pink sheets are any right ones. A scanned copies are on my alter figures now also because we were having Excel copies are conflicting figures on the same pink sheets. Which made them easy for no.
Yeah, we have, that is why we place a challenge. Say the catch them say figures na MPP for the abana and no correct. And out of no already not 25 be a yes said that and the G to me because no mu figure na ye pepe intend no call ye. Actually no and almost started so mu raise the rest no. Rest in who say no. There are so many questions with respect to near urban. Yet now on the Guma, as I am before no, on what a wadrimpo be say, no, baby, an ex if easy for Bejatum. Yes, yes, sir. What we have to do is that the right thing must be done. And until we say 20 amongst Namomi Nano figures in correct. And into decision on we take here and say, as of a no, on my friend presiding officers, no about authentication of the 20. Now, based on the authentication, they will say, no credit, and I say, no credit. So fast forward, and the information on the mind say when the EC is ready to reconvene, they will inform us. Oman friend, the Tian is on my chassis. You buy no on my over 7 out of the 20. So we have to protest and tell them that no, my are wrong because we have to set the ground rules to say, okay, then I bet you say, Papa ya obey, and Mami obey, or your presiding officer. Needing your friend is saying, you can compare with pink sheet in the society. Sardine in a Troya na. Me na man ye. Mubaya will be son say, Sano no, I want Sano ana, or say I mean Sano, oh, your signature na, signature na, or say I'm signature. Okay, and a sign is say, why you what the heck is that?
But I see a presiding officer in Womo say, Omo engine too.
No cry woman say, easy for say, 13 no, Omunina Jatum. Now so.
That's your true with you. In Tadiano, and yellow cray. That's it. So I catch a man saying, I say, oh, Nina say in the cray. So who is telling the truth? They said not to our faith. We and yellow cray. Figures now, and yet correct. Son of a all text today. And these ones, they are not on a proper pin sheet. They are on a scanned copy. And you will not know. The scanned copy is a bit to edit for him. Editing and assistant figures now. Am I getting me to check? Oh, send corona mobile. The modify now. Figure a rather than 100. Some say a quick 100. Rather than 20. Hey, a master something. And the kind of secretary, I'm saying nothing. And then throw them before the and used to also a helm. Oh, yes, they say, coalition or it has come to standstill. Again, you should say by close of the enemy. Okay, so having protested and they who be there, they could go to our seven police stations, you know. This is for who say, we either say, presiding officers in Amba, because I must say, yeah, trail. But I must say, and they protested for how long? I'm going to wait. I must say, okay, I'm more afraid. Headquarters are more response, and then she only the headquarters team, you know, any all the regional heads, any district DC director, any returning officer, share meeting of the meeting. So for now, we are waiting for them. We don't know what they are coming out with, but in fact, they must not come out with anything against it, because we have raised several infractions in the entire process, and that is where we are here. So who's come back on my question here? Cost 1%. Sure. Well, in the director of election, Abdulkman. No, about Ushan, most of the supporters from Onua, change. I didn't know, MP, what's the name? The parliamentary candidate, Rabna Obin. They will declare here, say, oh no, now we need Abdulkman, not to you can say, Omunya Margin say, Omukofi, who should be one say, police one also, Ejinan Biblia, one Margin say, Nadia, Omema, Omo, a chance close to where the coalition cost so far, Omako for so many you can say, I say, it's like they are winning. Internal Omuti, I comfort some most, but my ministry in Casa, what I design. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Back into the studios. Yes, announcement be Koso, our coalition center. Announcement be Koso. Look, all the 4 constituencies. Electoral Commission will declare for NPP. All 4.
Said already 3/4.
But all 4 would also be contested in court.
I like it.
It is what it is.
I like it.
And MPP will resist every attempt for rerun, because if they go for rerun, they will lose. No cry about who. The reason why I'm saying this is because no candidate and as a voter Bekwa constituencies who will be our area 41. Because open punto on the constituency. And the MPP call rerun obelusu. And they
beyond that to cry, I dare back where best I hear when say real run, a bear bloody. Me,
that's the truth. The situation we find ourselves at the moment. The situation we find ourselves at the moment. Now the current MPP for so after the elections, Omo party for soldiers. I'm on Kota Machi coalition centers no e didida wo ani mu na ne nam wo mo bi e na ko jubilia wo mo kwato national security e ya wo mo hu na mi so no
na say ready
amanfo bufu afu
at that time no me na wo be frem say me
and who did you feel
NDC need here wonim so we incoming na de wo ko ne e bon kontre hwe
me na me ka kire wo na
e de no de wonim so we na ni ye bi ko obi be hu so na no we na ye nti ne
wo mu nya so dim say wo be we
na wo so de
because they knew they were going to lose 6 months back.
Enti me na me nkoni ensa nkotwa me nsa tia.
That is why you ask yourself why 3 people from Jubilee your madre so mo as parliamentary candidate, including another driver. And the bodyguard. The bodyguard. Including the bodyguard. Oh, let me tell you.
Yeah.
And you rerun by one Mary.
And the obvious.
If there's any by election as we speak today, this year
there were order that. Ena me ka kura me ka bia me tu kwa free techima na mba na mbeto aka kwese masa akwa misika kakra general me ko tua be school fees me fa ka za mrankran
ena part ne sisia no mentem ho assist na kakra wom the faction still problem is still there the Kufo the another faction is still there.
Now that yeah, do me dey say asem no kra so ye na no so omko yi committee am omo akoya asem no wo say akofa professor Okwe no professor Okwe committee e be ko 276 constituencies na akokra wo kura poma wo be da ko 276 constituencies
wo ka sa anye
e bia asem wo armo me sekere den kan kire wo
that's what money mre so wo pese wo munya the reason
e wo be say chairman sa bonsu we free parliament papa re se be wo
na nado amanadwuma na se chairman sa bonsu no kra abro no mo no kra ye ba ko
he wo be say Damboche by elections Ghana ultimately
Damboche refused to join the campaign because of the young boys that was around Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia
committee no
Damboche no what they for yale
I want to say, yeah, get it.
They will not be able to call Damboche to be friend back.
Woman, yeah,
so I'm said you man.
So you nipa crowd,
and it's still no moon free their course no more.
And yes, a chairman, yes, so a moon no woman confirm my name born one, Chama Ukwe. Committee chairman, one if you know one farmer, and
Zoom digitalization will work.
No, but
my master for rapping up
no kind of activity
young parliament and I'm saying for more
questionable say a lot of people ebusa say enti adena negativity in kuma say we be say ebi ma shebia ma sometimes we cry am say ebi mu share chief imam nko papa na say wa last after 5-6 years
what you say na woko
enti I believe say kanino say body for there. Now they were into direct a nation.
Yes.
Or if what me sorry say oh we never say by yes say Emma. But where there I say negative na SSC esia na asa peke na the beka ho say o me na me kan say be si na we yes.
Yeah.
Na no ya na are ho say lay person also me mebuta say enti munyankopon yi kire no wa ma ho kwan say munya ho bibi na sabi ejat sabia kantamanto
yes ine kantamanto ko ye fra afia say jabe to baby
mesra di for say ye bompire na say nyame bibi kire ya we must go deeper busarade say ade ya hu emuaye be na ho de na say ye na ye anumum na oman no ehoto because adifo time I be time be a bonny say nyame kwa kache Jonas on kache ni review omo repenti eti ade nyame peso ye no ensi so I believe you say.
Ya me cry so small. Gifo bi so on kan antro hini bi say won prepare.
Hezekiah, Isaiah. Eso dan no.
Obo ampa ye wo san small no mane ka kire say ma wan fie.
Good.
Kan me ka 7. Bible dem nya de so ma bon say
15. Etina go say to 2025. Media so de me won say. Sesia no. Enema mu ye din. From 1 year ye be ya, ansa na ye be rem. Na ewiase so from a body be a boa. A chance and akusi. It is say obi expect it say within 6 months no enema nania ain't be possible.
Wo dada ne kra.
Sir, I know dem ye sure say President Mahama kra nim say
enye possible say
obela ne kra point ministers and MC no enye enasem.
E ka wo ho kra obe hwa asem aka.
Enye too much. Enti say obi say e han be ba at this point I am pioneer say ebo. But me gidi ye say 7 months elko no and now say elko we this year no never best start to turn kwem because unim say nyame bie wani na wonu Ghana systems is here nyame ade na ba now there are a lot of things you see a call wrong okay accommodate crofo now say nyame kire no say ebia ma agriculture meduane mra kroma and cross all started one day no nyesa na aba
Debbie
banche kwa de kwose fom a
more the same day
good
more the same day
ansa na aba eti sunsumo no de meme hu ne say aniema achiachia but nyame be fa no so atenetene no eti
no so ntra sebe mo amokeka kwase asem na dokono mra 1 cedi dollar mra 4 cedi de sebe nkwase asem me kama
the bend anya possible
me mo di na me ni watemba okay bia nkwase asem
anya possible
because that it won't make sense
see I don't America no but I say most times say NDC for suffer be can say no I'm say I don't one can but I'm say yeah so suffer be I can say anyone by dinner it's even helping the president coming
yes
say na yin bia koso it's only like say anya say bia yeah can't because one kind of crunch nipa someone na ya beto na one na ba bia ye kono de masa e mo odene it will be ka bo one pot
na wada ne hoso na Ghana ni a wo hwe bia wo to abada wada ne hoso
fu general no akia the officer the president abenti no ya
dey na no wada ne hoso
ade ba ko person mesre say NDC for no omo pai mo ho because yes omo an be kwati president Mahama omo because so bi ba omunya no nya fa na we di ko kira duro so we ko ye say omo mpaye mo mama no because see no be a primitive yes eti
president breu
me say eti
office na duro
good
Kufo ni office
yes
na duro ho na nipa no de akwacha ho no obata ne ho pa
good so eti president bi aba de mo ho so no omo no we wudi no because say without for no wo to ko ye ne hwe ma ne afa the other prime minister omo na be te papa
say de wa ba ikura no omo ye ni bibia
good
na yes
and we try ho ko ba
sa eto no se sia ko aba na ni ate president Mahama se na ni ate pa me yes because omo because they want to ko there obi MPP ni utima anyway kasa na kasa but omo no munya within no afi and on be kire no the opese 3.5 years 4 years come ni ntwa within the party
omo person omo power ne ba omo side no
sa
on show mu ye
good
no mo nya ko ba o mu ye
good o mana ni na ho
ohene nya nkwada afo no so wo hwe o mu ye
na me ka no anu ne ye kan se anu na ye kan ya obi ko ka se ni se ya be Ghana fo ko ka ho 17 yetu no fu se da no me be ka kire se security nsensem ne me di hu nkomo security heads ne hu nkomo no aye ko so na me se yetu mi nti no man national security formal babulolate any security for bi international nhwehwe we mu ansa why na dwe so appoint IGP no me da na se so fa ase photo no wan fa me wo kora de otu no fu bia ye because what the names be ba Monty ID na meme boy ne bi ka ho a wo mu ye former and they've been with them since so whatever is happening within the security ranks I'm telling you look if we amfani na from ebi so bobo Kofi Boache na Kofi Boache 5 years e betimi area appointed so call retirement kra ye betimi appointed na wako off 2 years into or 3 years into betimi abedi ayi na mretwam within the police service M1 Onua Kofi nim enti omo aye sa campaign no Kofi maybe within the security service not official national security something but to appoint him as IGP president men try me say men try I'm telling you look I speak without fear of favor and Kofi ya madam for pa Oshiami say ya na mnim so be ka say camera it's like a joke but we were close because I was reporting from the headquarters I know nebema onim me and to be honest aduma Kofi ya wa Ashanti region silence won't enti obi anu wo so obetimi aka say Kofi Boache anya hwe Kofi Boache aduma ya wa Ashanti region eka wontumi anu tum enti he deserves something as they've started or ka ho and the security team or president they are to Janipa 5 Kofi Boache ka ho ba omo aye takra wo dem fa na IGP no police for na be kwati am
ka fa na IGP wonim de ntro omo kan fa na IGP wonim de ntro omo kan sa ya de ne ya kai yawo na waka say krofo kokon abatfo ho waka
wotumi ye the interior minister eno wasem
fine
wotumi ye the interior minister wasem
national security
wotumi ye national security minister enye bad but IGP there don't tempt men try police for na be ko atia no time e so di IGP no mbo na bro MV Benjamin won sensem baaye no ena de nkeka wa baaye time e se Kofi Buache wodi IGP politics say Ghana politics say wiper kona ba say wiper wo mo aposi for mpanyimfo na het na politics wiper na me se da no ameka asem yi wo radio so nsem ma mate aguma so no IGP ma ate e ma ha da mbare ma ha sama mate aguma so no Mami cha PID mpanyimfo panyine o honom ne o mo adidi akire nsem ma mate afri ho na ehu I'm telling you nsem ma me ya mate afri ehu Baadi ya mama fanso agana yo me ni bodyguard bi edibeti. Me nkwa na me da. Dia de bi o kan odu ba bia na watwe break no asa. Chi wan fanya nsan to kasa no ho wan hwa so ba ese. Ngo ebi ni bodyguard na nam. Me de ne nyesa na tie. Ensa mo ho nkoma ho. So for ba me na wase. So be kai ho ene yedi nkoma nya me hira pa pa. Ai president kwanda wani. Ehun bia ni hokotana okonya so.
Ogotala konya so.
Kotana okonya so. Na Medi wo presidency
omu obetna se
edin fie nine edin fie nine ai wo mo e bo poso se constitution sesa no de disagana for
na tamfo ni bi ni wo mo yes
good men try but if that is it Ghana for will tell you will know don't try it
and ni pay ya ya mutinzi ya
Sofoka
ko fi ba shi no pade no see so it's just what you want but everyone no tell
okay Sofoka I want to Sofoka I want emwa no obi o pede ya na de emwa no emwa wankasa president because the people within the security will fight against you I'm telling you no joke my try home by Europe Parliament and some bebre see what Parliament in the 8th year Parliament here say we should say a Parliament full power no witness on this year me parliamentarian a first deputy speaker Nema bebre see swearing in Hussein Bolt na minim say Ghana how be to America what to America no fa paper no are when you show baba aguso
ni ekura na me
na me ga tira woni emia fe paper ni pie se bio eba
I will apply it in the car. Let's go.
This car. I can't wait to see Grandpa. I miss him so much.
Tissues for Papa, quality tissues for everyone.
So, broke uncle, when are you going to marry my auntie?
Tissues for Papa, Tissues, papa. Tissues, papa.
Please, can I use the washroom?
Tissues, papa. You'll ever taste.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're having fun at Granny's.
Yeah, but Grandma doesn't have my favorite top chocolate spread. Hi, Mom. Mommy, please, I missed top chocolate spread on bread.
Tasty too. Made just for you and me. Choco, it's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. Choco, it's chocolate.
Surprise children.
Yay! It's chocolate choco.
Taste of chocolate. This advert is of the airport.
Agrobasa if you are not packed. Darling, na. Obi enu say, bibi to do adwuma dey eye number 1. If you a prayer, because you are 29 na 4. Na me twele kakra. Amuni bia na me ba koye. Me kwa kobobo ensem ni nyina bede na me dia ba so. Celebrity gossips, trending news, social media, enyema eyetare. Enyema shine. Ayentimi ntwono. Eno and I'm a screen goddess. I drop Pony Papa be Mona Gucci. If you say screen goddess, Moni wa, Nini ho. Me wa also, Mosomo ho. I don't see me bomb say, Namakani na. Ye fa, asem no cre, ne a fair free honey, the best seat with the associated no cre. At all. A pretty Joe, Macobo Bonnie in Abete. I'm about the sumo. I will only TV. All new season. The name I come for. Yet not to say ya, and then you miss out. And I hear about the total. All brand new season of the video TV show video. Baby, the trim me. It's a cocktail. I pretty Joe with your screen goddess, the highest in the gathering. I drop Pony Papa Mona Gucci. Thank you.
Baby Joe, Memini Debia 9 p.m. Near Chow repeats a Joe Debia 9:30 p.m. Ewo Onua TV so. You may call Masuya saying, I am Platinum Plastics Limited. Reflow sanitary pad.
Out mosquito spray. Any coil.
Darling lemon drink. XYZ wine.
Onua TV. Ye dwene ho pa.
Yes, Sempo!
Anamime, Ebusiafo, Sempo! Every day, Yade Brown live near Frasia, Yade Sempo Casiabo, and some apostle, or may even my hood also, and only a day brown walk.
And what Sempo? A good year more for Babette Lassie, and a good year with Sam. And your prayer. Yeah, can be so. Remember, my day. Now, what our day?
Okay, meaning so open concert here. Was my order, concert Kakawa, and I open the Anuti. Yeah, they are care, fill up your background, so. And can't you now say, Yaba, who won't put them on the baby with Dubano. Yababa who got so. I don't know to rat, the Cora. Then they were the aquating in area, the bomb for money.
The Nina go yet, no. Yet, Kakra, Baba Sumo. How are your sample jewelries? If you say, yeah, you know,
and penny for Sinkonia, as some Cassia. Now say, you're drinking Ghana, and then we won't put them all. Yet to me, I'm our many, up and to my papa, Eddie Fra. I will see a Kayo. Yes, Sempo, ever radio so live and color.
Agrofie, ye no juada, ekosi fiada. 3 p.m. Ewo Onua TV so.
Jumekwa waso yasin. Eya 1xbet. Me dima for herbal clinic.
Onua TV. Ye dwene ho pa.
Not against the building of a cathedral. However, Mr. Speaker, because we are Christians, we are not playing to the gallery. We are following the dictates of the Bible. And this is what the Bible we believe in says to us. In Luke 14, 28 to 30. Is there anyone here planning to build a new house, in this case a cathedral, who doesn't first sit down to figure the cost so you know if you can complete it? If you only get the foundation laid, and Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what it says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money, you are going to look pretty foolish. Everyone passing by will poke fun at you. He started something he couldn't finish. This is the word of the Lord. Don't you look foolish because you have only laid a foundation and run out of money. Mr. Speaker, this is not some judge, this is the Bible.
Highs and lows. But in the end, the NDC Minority Caucus delivered and lived up to the expectation of the people. As we reflect on the years, we are reminded of the truth that all things, both good and difficult, have a beginning and an end. Mr. Speaker, as we draw the curtain of this distinguished Parliament, we cannot help but to give thanks to the Almighty God for His guidance and grace throughout this tenure, throughout our tenure. His hands has carried us through every storm and the challenges. We also extend our sincere appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, for your exemplary leadership and unwavering direction. You came after a long tradition of competent speakers. However, none of your forebears were burdened with a hung parliament such as yours. You were the first speaker elected from a party that is not in government, but you were well prepared for it. From your days, Mr. Speaker, as a minority leader, a majority leader, and a deputy speaker. Your wisdom, patience, and calmness, even under pressure, have been an anchor for this House, especially during turbulent times. Your ability to manage this Parliament with fairness, even in most challenging circumstances, has made you an outstanding statesman. To the members of the NDC Minority Caucus that briefly became the Majority Caucus, I express my profound gratitude for the support and cooperation that I, along with my colleagues in leadership, received from you over the past 2 years. Together, we have achieved numerous milestones, and I'm confident that history will be kind to us for our collective efforts. At the stroke of midnight today, the NDC caucus will re-enter this chamber with a strength of an unprecedented 2/3 majority. Mr. Speaker, this, I believe, serves as a timely reminder to the political class that the people of Ghana reward hard work, dedication, and true love for country. Right Honorable Speaker, this 8th Parliament has indeed been historic in many respects. For the first time under the 4th Republic, we witnessed a Parliament that was evenly split, with each of the political parties securing 137 members each. We also saw 40 female members of Parliament equally distributed across the political parties. One independent member of Parliament, who serves as the second Deputy Speaker, and a speaker who hails from the opposition. This, in every sense, Mr. Speaker, gave us the first-hand parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable colleagues, let us be proud to be part of this historic parliament. From the very start, the stage was set for a roller coaster journey, particularly during the election of the speaker. That fateful night kept the nation on edge, with many fearing for the safety of our democracy. That event that unfolded, climaxed by the regrettable and unwarranted military invasion of this august house, will remain a blot on Ghana's democratic history. Mr. Speaker, we pray that such a moment is never repeated. Yet, Mr. Speaker, from the dark night emerged a bright dawn. A new parliament under the speaker, who is not from the ruling party, the first of its kind in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, despite facing significant challenges, this house has remained steadfast, navigating many turbulent waters, including certain actions by some members that sought to undermine the independence and authority of Parliament as a co-equal branch of government. Right, Honorable Speaker, while many hope that this Parliament would usher in a new era of collaboration for the national good, some fear that it would deepen political divisions. Nonetheless, I can confidently say that the NDC caucus has consistently upheld the supreme national interest in everything we did. At every turn, we had been guided by one principle: to do what is right for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, every policy or action of government that we criticized, we complemented with superior, constructive, and alternative proposals. Although, Mr. Speaker, our views were often ignored, times has proven that many of the positions we took on critical national issues were correct. Right, Honorable Speaker, one of the most significant and fiercely debate we witnessed in this Parliament was the protracted struggle over the electronic transfer levy bill, the famous e-levy. The NDC minority stood firm with the people of Ghana against this unpopular tax, while our colleagues on the other side supported it. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite the strong resistance from within and outside this chamber, the e-levy was foisted on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we raised alarms also about multitude of new taxes imposed on the people of Ghana. In fact, over 40 in total that burdened the people of Ghana and stifled business growth. At the same time, we witnessed proposals that was supposed to grant $450 million in tax exemptions to crony businesses. In the spirit of patriotism, Mr. Speaker, we demanded justification of this request, especially as Ghanaians continue to suffer from extreme hardship. Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe that posterity will surely vindicate our warnings regarding the reckless borrowings and economic mismanagement under the President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia's government. Records available to this House shows clearly that, the Speaker, some individuals in government profited to the tune of $159.3 million in transaction advisory fees, while the country was saddled with an unsustainable public debt. We also spoke out against the mismanagement of the central bank, which led to the negative equity of $55.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, and a cumulative loss of 71.3 billion Ghana cedis between 2022 and 2023. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the Bank of Ghana became policy insolvent by end of year 2023. Mr. Speaker, the illegal printing of money at the Bank of Ghana to finance government expenditure contributed to the inflationary crisis we saw that resulted in over 850,000 Ghanaians falling into extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, the management of the central bank also illegally wrote off approximately 48 billion Ghana cedis of government indebtedness without parliamentary approval, in a blatant disregard to the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Right Honorable Speaker, at the height of this crisis, the management of the central bank supervised the award of questionable contract for the construction of an ultra-modern 250 million head office and another ultra-modern governor's residence at a cost that is unknown to the public. Our concerns, Mr. Speaker, about the mismanagement of the state-owned Ghana Cocoa Board, ECG, GIHOC, STC, PBC, among others, were also ignored. Right Honorable Speaker, for 7 consecutive years, Ghana Cocoa Board recorded losses of approximately 11 billion Ghana cedis. The cocoa production also declined drastically under the current government from approximately 1 million metric tons a year in production to now almost 400,000 metric tons. For the first time in 32 years, international banks rejected Ghana Cocoa Board request for a syndicated loan to finance the purchase of Ghana Cocoa. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot be silent about our opposition to yet another unpopular government policy, the imposition of a regulation called the Import Restriction Regulation 2023. This detested proposed legislative instrument sought to vest unfettered and unchecked powers in the hands of the minister responsible for trade to determine who qualifies to import into the country of certain goods. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we also raised red flags over dubious Finance Ministry SML induced $100 million a year contract for so-called revenue assurance. After initial feet dragging and refusal by the President Akufo-Addo to release the KPMG audit report, it finally emerged that the SML was paid a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for no work done. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority further failed to withhold taxes worth 13.38 billion million Ghana cedis from these payments. As we speak, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the entity called SML is still ripping off the taxpayer for no work done. Right Honorable Speaker, we on this side expressed several concerns over the government handling of illegal mining menace that engulfed our nation. We are also on record to have cautioned that its pretentious fight against this existential threat to our collective survival will soon have dire consequences on us. Amid this facade of the fight, Right Honorable Speaker, high-ranking government officials, NPP functionaries, were accused by the then Cabinet Minister, Professor Frimpong Boateng, of promoting and engaging in illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey later became a free-for-all enterprise involving MMDCs and other party functionaries. The records will bear us out that we on this side call for an honest, responsive approach to this menace, found on strict application to the law. No matter whose ox is God. Right Honorable Speaker, again, our concerns were ignored. The scale of corruption and waste during this period has been staggering, alarming, and heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, the more we on this side spoke out, the more corruption and wastage festered. Promoting this as a result prompted the Catholic Bishop Conference to decry and describe the situation as a massive, uncontrolled corruption under this administration. Mr. Speaker, scandals became a daily occurrence as we were treated to blatant abuse of office and plundered the public funds. Right Honorable Speaker, we also saw a misuse of COVID-19 funds. The malfeasance that characterized the 13th African Games, the 500 million Ghana cedis National Service Ghost Names scandal. We saw the brazen attempt to shell out state hotels to a cabinet minister, and free-for-all grabbing of state lands are, Mr. Speaker, but very few that we need to mention. Right Honorable Speaker, we also had to contend with the erosion of the independence of critical state institutions. Many of these institutions were filled with partisan elements who undermined due process to please the regime in power. So, Speaker, journalists who exposed corruptions were subjected to brutal crackdown and dissenting voices and were silenced. Right, Honorable Speaker, the silence, the insistence of the Electoral Commission of Ghana to adopt the Ghana card as the sole document of the registration for the registration of voters, even though millions of Ghanaians were yet to be issued their Ghana cards by the National Identification Authority, cannot escape mention. After eventual yielding to the resistance from the gallant NDC Minority Caucus, the Electoral Commission decided to conduct voter registration exercise solely at its district offices instead of the designated polling stations. But for our voices, Mr. Speaker, that were heard loud on these matters, the Electoral Commission would have succeeded in denying millions of Ghanaians their right to register and vote. The Electoral Commission was once again forced to beat a retreat on its popular decision to outlaw the use of indelible ink during the 2024 general elections. In all of these instances, our vigilance, insistence, and accountability saved Ghana's democracy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the past 8 years have been tough for all of us, a lesson on how not to govern a country, and in fact, a lesson on how not to run an economy. In the end, the crushing defeat the NPP suffered in the just ended elections is a clear message from Ghanaians that they will not tolerate any such level of poor governance and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it is deeply concerning that those who oversaw such disastrous performance in government would have the audacity to adorn themselves with accolades to the chagrin of the people of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I was surprised to see some of them being awarded with highest state honors. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the personal level, I have had to pay a heavy price for my stance against the government mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, my recent prosecution, or call it persecution, by the Attorney General over frivolous and trumped-up charges was calculated to silence, intimidate, and completely extinguish a known dissenting voice. Right, Honorable Speaker, my crime, Mr. Speaker, was that I sounded alarm bells on an economy that was being mismanaged and ruined by an act and omissions of a select few in government. The fact that my prosecution began in the wake of the tussle over e-levy should not be lost on anyone, that I became an instant target for the regime. Mr. Speaker, I was charged on the Christmas Eve, a few days after the rejection of the e-levy and the 2022 budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, from that point, the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, Godfred Yabu-Adame, in whom the prosecutorial powers of the state is vested, was determined to deploy all crude tactics, including the use of subterfuge, to achieve his ends of malicious prosecution just to satisfy the regime. Mr. Speaker, the whole world witnessed how a supposed Minister of Justice set out to coach, cajole, and coerce another accused person standing trial together with me to falsify his testimony and skew it in such a manner as to enable him to procure a conviction at all costs against an innocent person. In the process, Mr. Speaker, Godfred Yabu-Adame, who is the principal legal officer of state, engaged in crimes such as witness tampering, conspiracy against accused person, fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice, and professional misconduct, contrary to the ethics of the very legal profession he heads. I believe this has been the story for many Ghanaians during this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, never in the history of our nation have we witnessed this level of gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, who is the leader of the bar and bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against prosecution of wrongdoing. Whilst our democracy is founded on the rule of law and holding public officers accountable, I pray that never again should any of our citizens become a victim of this level of injustice and abuse of prosecutorial powers that I was subjected to. Right Honorable Speaker, despite the painful experience, I count it as part of the hazards of politics and service to the people of Ghana. So Speaker, as the clock strikes midnight, a new to those returning to the 9th Parliament, I say congratulations. Colleagues who will not be part of the 9th Parliament, I urge you to walk with your heads high. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to say that Ghana appreciates your service and your contributions. Be proud because you have worked for Mother Ghana. I look forward to the 9th Parliament, characterized by mutual cooperation, diligence and hard work in pursuit of the aspiration of our people. This juncture, let me thank the gallant 137 members of the NDC caucus on behalf of the NDC leadership. Special thanks goes to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Govins Kwame Abuja, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the First Deputy Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo, the Second Deputy Whip, chairpersons and ranking members from the NDC caucus, the Speaker, the backbench of the NDC Minority Caucus. And let me also thank the Honorable Collins Dauda, the one who has contested every single election since 1992, for his hard work and dedication to democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, aside our disagreement, there were moments of cooperation across the aisle. I want to use this opportunity to thank all members of the 8th Parliament. To the Parliamentary Service, thank you for your hard work. To the Parliamentary Press Corps, what could we have done without you? You have been an amazing group of people that we cannot stop but to thank you. Thank you once again. Fellow countrymen and women, thank you for enduring the worst government in Ghana's history. So Speaker, I dare say that to fellow Ghanaians, don't be despaired. There is hope. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot end without mentioning the Honorable Cletus Avoka, the former leader of this House, who has been one person that I've always resorted to for advice. I thank you so much for your cooperation and hard work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Was your sama kwa Parliament ye do right no mo close Parliament as we speak. The enimne say Parliament in Kadumi no ana 11:59 nanka 8 Parliament omo de akogu ene ensakrayaba reset ni bi na efrase fi Parliament no resetting efrase fi Parliament ya ye ka say minority leader atoforsen ene wabonu nkru efa de si ye wo 8 Parliament wo no okra na obe target bra 11 kwan mo fa so a Wamusasa leadership and levy issues and a year floor of Parliament na afe ewie nti we now ni say majority leader so ebeka ni goodbye message and also ye be Parliament ni akwa akofa a majority leader afenyo makina enche obe minority leader, but I can tell you say from the minority side almost all the leadership will change. You go back
to give these closing remarks, putting out my own views about this House as it comes to an end by midnight of today. It's a moment of emotion for me, having had the opportunity to lead the House a little over 9 months, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, by tomorrow, I will be seated to the left of Mr. Speaker, leading the charge for and on behalf of the minority. Mr. Speaker, you rightly paraphrase your description of this 8th Parliament on various platforms and fora. and stated that it's been remarkable, characterized by unique milestones and challenges that have tested our democratic principles and governance. Mr. Speaker, one defining feature of this parliament was its near equal composition, with 137 members from each side and one independent member. Notably, this parliament elected the Speaker of the House from a party of the opposition, something which was and still continues to be novel development to our democracy. We also had an equal number of female representation from both sides of the aisle. 20 female members apiece, bringing female representation to 40, that account for 14.5%, the highest female representation in Parliament ever recorded in our Fourth Republic. This Parliament, at both sides of the House, has had the course to change their leadership in order to give opportunity to some members to serve in the front bench. It is therefore right to conclude that the 8th Parliament truly pushed our parliamentary democracy to its limits and tested how far we can go with our practice of parliamentary democracy. Mr. Speaker, I rose from deputy leader to majority leader. In my days as a deputy leader in this house, I received a lot of good counsel, not only from our side, but from my friends opposite. I remember the quiet moments where they would call me to their office and engage me in spite of our disagreements in this house. Mr. Speaker, permit me to mention a few of them and thank them for the purpose of Hansard. Honorable Harun Idrisu, Honorable Rashid Pelpo, Honorable Kletos Avoka, my respected senior Adaba and brother, Honorable Ahiafo. Mr. Speaker, I also received good counsel from many of my own side. The first Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joe Osewusu, the second Deputy Speaker, was also very handy for us to discuss issues about governance in the chamber. But Mr. Speaker, not the least is the man I succeeded. For the purpose of Hansard once again, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who took it upon himself to get me to pay attention to parliamentary business. I always remember with nostalgia his first official travel with me all the way to Hanoi, Vietnam. In his hand was his standing orders and the Constitution. He urged upon me to always read the standing orders and encouraged me to aspire for the leadership of the House. I am happy to say that in my days as his deputy, although he is not a lawyer, he was well versed with the standing orders and the Constitution. Before I could say a word, he knows where a particular provision is. And we worked together, gave me the opportunities to shine, and eventually made way for me to succeed in. Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu, I thank you most sincerely. You defined my leadership. You played a key role. We may have our differences, but I want to say that you have made it possible for me to stand on my feet today, especially as I enter opposition and to lead outside in minority. It is that which I learned from you that I will depend on to make a headway in my leadership. Mr. Speaker, there were great elderly senior members on my side, such as Honorable Kennedy Japon, Honorable Katie Amon, who were also with me in moments of difficulty. I should thank also, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in leadership, Honorable Anodompre, the Chief Whip, a workaholic being. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of times he had to sleep in Parliament to organize and make things work for me to take over as a leader. He and his deputies worked tirelessly in assisting me to manage a very difficult house. Honorable Dompre, Honorable Habib Idrisu, Honorable Alexander Tete, I say God bless you. I'm thankful to you for all you did. And my able deputy, she was more than a mother to me, to calm me in difficult moments. Her wise counsel has made it possible for me to lead the house till this day. We are both Catholics. She never ceased to remind me of the power of our rosary as Catholics. The morning prayers, the morning encouragements, calling me, Kwamena, let's pray. Madam Patricia Apieje, God bless you for all you did. And to my colleagues opposite, you made the best come out of me. I was always watching the videos of Honorable Eric Opoku. This is a man who can punch extremely hard with facts. You dare not challenge him, and I dare not challenge him, because he will take you to another level. Honorable Kwame Abuja, we were there together in opposition. Those days, we struck a good accord. We had our own esprit de corps. And when you assumed leadership, I thought I could explore that for a good way forward. You often disappointed me, but you got the best out of me. Kwame, thank you. And Ahmed Ibrahim, the deputy whip, he did all the dirty jobs. We disagreed, and I will call Ahmed and say, Ahmed, I thought you were a Pentecost elder. Why are you doing this to me? And he says that, Mensru, anyhow, but the next moment he will hit me hard. But Mr. Speaker, I also got somebody amongst them to pound small. I also took advantage of his emotions, and I provoked him lightly so that I also settle scores. My senior brother, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua. Mr. Speaker, I recall at one point you had to settle the matter where I was constantly parading and flagging my standing orders. And he felt it. At the end of the day, that was the beauty of democracy. And I told my brother, no more Ato. Mr. Speaker, Ato will talk to you nicely. Have a good conversation. By 5 o'clock, he will call you and tell you, Kwamena, no deal. The political committee says we can't support you. Mr. Speaker, many did not understand why I was combative on a number of occasions. There were those who didn't know how the heat was on me and were saying that you are majority leader, reach out. Mr. Speaker, the minority were such a tough, stubborn, difficult side. Mr. Speaker, you could never have an agreement with them because they were smelling power. And I understand, rightly so. The number of government business I would have loved to complete for political expediency and perhaps for purposes of principle, I did not get the support from my respected colleague. Many were the disappointment, Mr. Speaker. I'm sad that as a house, we could not deal with the following. One, the 1D1F. Mr. Speaker, I'm still of the conviction that this was a government policy to help the private sector. Mr. Speaker, being from the private sector fraternity, there was no way I viewed the initiative as a giveaway, as a freebie, especially so when the majority side had compromised and agreed to take away the raw materials component of the support to the private sector. But again, our colleagues could not support, not even to allow us to take some of the companies out and proceed to approve them. Mr. Speaker, the nomination of justices for the Supreme Court, which as a house, we vetted them but could not pass them, is also one disappointment to me as a leader. These are citizens of our country who, by for no fault of theirs, have earned that call to serve at the highest court of the land. Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor their CV, but we know that these were citizens of substance who could have contributed their quota in enriching the jurisprudence of our country at the highest level. But again, we could not reach an agreement. And to date, I had to look in my direction. Look in my direction. I'm addressing some of your mischief. Mr. Speaker, again, we could not have a deal, and we've left it hanging. It has become odious. Mr. Speaker, I wish as a house we could have handled the World Bank $250 million facility to support the financial sector. This was also a facility that had gone through the committee process, and the House could have carried it for government to cushion the financial sector. But again, for good reasons known to my friends opposite me, we could not have a deal. But Mr. Speaker, the Frenchman will say, c'est la vie. This is life. We cannot push anymore, but to look forward to a new day, to also hold the new government feet to the fire. Get them to be accountable, get them to do what is right, and not get personal, but rather enrich governance of our country. Mr. Speaker, this government has achieved so much for the people of Ghana, but not a perfect government. Mr. Speaker, if our friends who today talk about corruption, I want to remind them that the call of corruption was on them when they previously ruled this country for 8 years. Many children whose parents could not afford secondary education had the opportunity of enjoying free SHS. Mr. Speaker, today, Ghanaians, 5.7 million of them, have benefited from free SHS. Mr. Speaker, another state of the economy. Not only did we have 5.7 million Ghanaian children benefiting from free SHS, we also had government introducing free TVET. Technical education was made free, and government built 34 new schools and introduced the STEM program for our children. Mr. Speaker, this government is on record to have boldly initiated the ambitious Agenda 111. These projects are at various stages of completion, and we expect that from tomorrow, the new government will take immediate steps to ensure continuous funding of these projects so that our people will get better health care. Mr. Speaker, the government, in terms of roads, added no less than 14,000 kilometers to our existing road infrastructure. And, Mr. Speaker, we expect that this new government, which takes office tomorrow, would be minded of these high achievements and even do better. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that in the area of energy, there were some corruption in certain areas. But Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that we kept the lights on, and this government ensured that electricity for households and industry was on, minimal challenges in terms of light off, as compared to what our friends left for us in 2017. Mr. Speaker, in the just ended election, the President, the Vice President ensured that they put together a team.
You are out of order.
To assist the Electoral Commission in ensuring that we had a peaceful election. Mr. Speaker, whilst I am on my feet, Honorable Nielande van der Poel will put on his mic. Mr. Speaker, he has to stop. This aspect of their intolerance, Atu spoke, even getting personal, but they can never take it. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Atu spoke, he even went personal. We kept quiet and listened to him. You are on your feet, on in your mic. Well, this is your nature. Mr. Speaker, we had a very peaceful election. Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the presidential candidate of the MPP, conceded defeat long before the official declaration by the EC. But what did we witness? Violence upon violence orchestrated by the leadership of the NDC, who sent tax to collation centers, attacking Electoral Commission officials, attacking candidates, unleashing violence, and threatening our democracy. For all these conducts, we subject the NDC to posterity. I say to them that the very people they are using to unleash violence on Ghanaian people will soon come back to them. I leave them to posterity. Never again should we witness such an attack on our democracy, where at collation centers, organized attacks are moved in pickups to disrupt the collation process. Mr. Speaker, whereas the MPP accepted the results and even relied on due process of law to get justice, the NDC decided to unleash violence on the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic, has made his name in Ghana and in the sub-region. It is therefore not surprising that the ECOWAS recognized him and gave him a title, Mr. Democrat. Mr. Democrat for the good works he's done for democracy. For over 40 years in public service, he distinguished himself, and the sub-region celebrated him. Mr. Speaker, the 8th Parliament, however, witnessed some unfortunate, sad situations. The loss of our colleagues, Honorable Philip Baswa of Kumewu, Honorable John Ampontua Kuma of Ejiso, as well as some 18 former members of Parliament and a former First Lady, Her Excellency Teresa Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, all these persons who were in public service passed on within the period, and I say, may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the turbulence that the House witnessed in some few instances, my honorable colleagues in leadership and I worked so hard in ensuring that the business was conducted in a convivial and congenial atmosphere. This Parliament achieved notable legislative milestones, passing 41 bills, including Private Members' Bill, a first in our history. We facilitated the passage of 48 regulations and approved significant agreements and reports bolstering Ghana's socio-economic development. Furthermore, the 8th Parliament approved the nomination of His Lordship Justice Eni Yeboah for appointment to the high office of Chief Justice of the Republic, and after his retirement, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki-Tokonu took over. Mr. Speaker, the House in all vetted and approved 9 justices of the Supreme Court and 2 Chief Justices during a tenure. Mr. Speaker, under your leadership, you initiated the Visitors Program and the Citizens Bureau, and this strengthened public engagement and participatory democracy. Parliament also celebrated the 30th anniversary of parliamentary democracy and hosted international conferences such as the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference and ECOWAS parliamentary sessions, which took place in my constituency, Efutu. These events reinforce Ghana's commitment to democratic principles and regional cooperation. This is an outstanding achievement in the quest to enhance our democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these great achievements strengthening the pillars of Parliament, we in the majority have some few challenges in the manner you handled the House. There were times that we felt you were partisan, and there were times that we felt you could prevail on our colleagues better in cooperating with us. There were times that we felt we were let down. But Mr. Speaker, as you always say, you cannot do it perfect and cannot get it perfect. You did the best as you could. It's our prayer, Mr. Speaker, that as we've been notified of you presiding over the 9th Parliament and well placed in the east of this august House, we pray that the space you gave to the minority to allow the opposition to vent out its concerns, we will have say as you preside. We have no doubt on our mind that you will do that for us. Mr. Speaker, let me also, at this juncture, thank the parliamentary service staff. What would life be without them? What would life be for the MP of this Parliament, the Member of Parliament of this 8th Parliament? What would life be without them? They are the quiet councillors who are not recognized but make a lot of input to enrich debate and make us better in our legislative work. Mr. Speaker, from the clerks at table to all those who support you, every parliamentary staff, on behalf of the House.
Members, Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
This one too.
Yes, leader, you may continue.
On behalf of my colleagues of this August House, I say a big thank you for your service and all you've done to help us become better than we think of ourselves. Mr. Speaker, somewhere last week, when my party was considering who should lead the House, I had cause to be worried over a few issues. An elder statesman spoke to me and told me, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. This is politics. I therefore would want to respond to my respected colleague, Dr. Casey Latefosa, by telling him that he should not take it personal. I know how it is, but if everybody is given the opportunity to tell his story, maybe you realize that others might have gone through worse situations. I do not think that it is appropriate to personalize issues and mention Honorable Godfred Jabu Adami by name for Hansen, as though he personally had an axe to grind. I will plead with you, let bygones be bygones. You know what some seniors on our side know. You know what some seniors on your side know, that everybody wish you well. So, it isn't the case that this government was such a bad government that they wanted you in jail at all costs. So please, let it slide. But I'm particularly happy that you sounded a word of caution that never again should such a thing happen in our body politics. Mr. Speaker, politics should be made attractive for those who want to wholeheartedly serve. Nobody should ever fear leaving government. Nobody should ever fear getting into government. If as a political class we mistreat ourselves, there will be nothing left for the governance of this country. I therefore would want to add my voice to the call you made, Honorable Forson, that we should have a better way of dealing with issues of alleged corruption, where we believe that somebody has committed a crime. We should allow due process of law to take effect. It is on this note that I condemn in no uncertain terms the establishment of a so-called committee called ORA. I hold the humble view that it is a needless committee. It has no constitutional backing, and this committee is only in for personal vendetta. If we allow this committee to continue with its so-called wild goose chase, it will disturb the governance of this country. We don't need any so-called ORA. We have institutions of state. However unhappy we may be with their work, we must support them to do their work. We don't want people to be chasing people into people's houses, going into people's bedrooms, thinking that their government is in office, so they should chase people for so-called ill-gotten wealth. Let's allow Mr. Speaker, they should expect more from tomorrow. This is what you can't take it. Atu spoke. Then you've been putting on my mic, disrupting me. I will speak. Yes, it will be longer than this. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has come of age. And I expect my friends in the NDC to know that it is not a populist agenda that makes a nation strong. It is due process of law that makes a nation strong. I regret that members of this hallowed chamber are advocates of this illegal, unconstitutional, so-called body called ORA. Mr. Speaker, let me remind my colleagues that the minority, the incoming minority caucus, has a mantra, and I will disclose a mantra to them: touch one, touch all. We are not going to allow you to use unconstitutional means to shut us up, to frustrate people, to chase people into their homes. We will stand firm and collective in ensuring that we stop any injustice. Let us allow the laws of the country to work. Mr. Speaker, in 1996, the elections delivered 133 seats for the NDC and only 61 for the MPP. That was a minority of conscience, however many its minority was.
Yes, leader. Hold on. Yes.
Hurry up.
Okay, you can't stop him up. Leader, let me see the seat to the speaker.
Honorable Huawei. Honorable Huawei. The cameras are seeing what you were doing with your hand. Mr. Speaker, thank you and welcome back. Mr. Speaker, the MPP incoming minority will not allow the NDC government to use illegalities and unconstitutional means to frustrate and abuse the rights of former appointees of the Akufo-Addo government. Our mantra is touch one, touch all. We will encourage the NDC majority to be guided by its promise to the people of Ghana and rather use its limited time in office, the 4 years, to bring development rather than chasing political opponents. The people of Ghana are expecting the e-levy to be abolished. The people of Ghana are expecting that cocoa prices for the farmer will be increased without delay. The Ghanaian people are expecting that taxes at our ports will be reduced significantly. The people of Ghana expect that only 60 ministers will get appointed into this new government. And the 60 ministers, Mr. Speaker, these are the breakdown. All 16 regions will have one. So if you have 16, you take 16 out, you are left with 44. Of the 44, Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, ASK Bagwin, as he then was, as minority leader at this very dispatch box, said soon and very soon, the MPP will soon see him and know him when he was seconding the motion for Alajete's consideration as Speaker. You haven't seen anything yet. You keep quiet and listen. Soon and very soon, you will see the true politics here. So you relax. But you would hear me. We heard at all. You will hear me. Mr. Speaker, now if you take away 16 ministers from the 60, the regional minister, you are left with 44. Obiniyem. The 44 left. You can only take about 25 from Parliament. 25 from Parliament. 25 out of the 180 something. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be redundancy in this House. And very soon, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader would experience the moment that, Mr. Speaker, you refer to as majority leader. Look behind you, your back is empty. Very soon, your members who will become redundant will not come into this chamber. And there you will see that the minority that you think we are mini minority will become the majority. Mr. Speaker, I am not a prophet, neither am I a seer. But this thing I can foresee that is going to happen. Mr. Speaker, even the MPs who will not get positions, there are other non-MPs who are looking for board appointments. So you won't even get board appointments. You won't get it. You are going to be more redundant. Now, your foot soldiers will be coming to you for employment. They will be coming to you for support.
Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
we are talking about the 8th Parliament.
Mr. Speaker,
closing remarks of the 8th Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I took force.
We are talking about.
Mr. Speaker, I told Atu that today is a ceremonial day. I prepared a beautiful ceremonial speech, and I told Leader Emeritus that all the time Atu would depart. He took advantage of a ceremonial speech to lambast my government. And you think I should keep quiet? No, you won't get. I'm in the dispatch box. You see, you guys cannot take it. We sat quietly and allow you to punch us. You can't take it. Mr. Speaker has even come to your rescue. I'm not done. I won't finish now. Sit down.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, because of your intervention.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, because of your intervention. Mr. Speaker is my father. That is why I'm obliging him. Even of all he did for you people, he wanted to stage a coup against you. Some of you didn't want him to come again. Mr. Speaker, it is true. And if they dare me, I'll mention names. Yes. Some of you didn't want Mr. Speaker back. Of all that he did for you to get power, you wanted to remove him. It took the prayers of our side. It took the prayers of our side to get Mr. Speaker back to this house. It took our prayers to get Mr. Speaker back. Some of you wanted to stage a coup against him. Challenge me. Take a Bible or Quran and use it to defend yourself and let's see. Yes. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, you are back. By the grace of God, you are back. It pains some of them. You are back. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by wishing all of us well. For those of you who are getting out of Parliament, please, the younger ones from both sides of the aisle, please don't give up public service. There are mistakes we all make. Go back to the drawing board, get closer to the people, and relaunch yourself back into public service. For those of you who are retiring, please avail your experience to the young ones. The young ones will need to learn from you, and I will plead with you to make yourselves available. Mr. Speaker, to all colleagues one more time, I know that my time as majority leader was not all perfect. For those of you I wronged, anything I did that made you unhappy, I am sorry. Let it slide. Let's move on as colleagues. And let's pray for a brighter day for our Parliament. I thank you all, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for guiding me in this, my political journey. God bless us. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, touch up. I was now, yeah, my crab be in Parliament near Borai, and now a majority leader, Afenyo Markin, and I'll tell in count, so I deliver a speech, and I'll say, society, touch one, touch all. Namsini, Munyanko. Should I say, almost a day I bet you my court. See, a day I will be better than a touch or no. When you are much more among can be pleasing him, and yes, I'm a mogeka. No, more hear me, yes, I'm a mogeka. So, what, madam? Aha, Tinye. Was one no, almost your message. I say, or I know the band, or no, did you say, and Fasobian so? Just she any more quack. In a ding. Now, the ref is also the OSP by. If you had no OSP, I don't know Uncle. Now, if you were Bob and Ojina, one or Bobina. To Bob and Archie, when you said, dear you. Nipot do buy, and that is way Nama. Now, I got a phone or Bob and Archie or more. Tinny and Nano was so touch one, touch all. Now, the manager home, any old we know what was Rubia with Yan Naso. A ye pa, a business Akasan a ye. One chaff for fro. One chaff for fro. To say, Bia, the man penina. And they about do me no. One quiet man penny beam say, Sempo. Near may be no wire na ye, name may be or what Gala for say and quay and can patch all be more, ye. So, Edium, a memo no be and who won't you be naso. To quay be so my baby na Gala for many and one can near. On Fantanimo Mudi said, when should him to be ye. And none no more shall said, the final state of the nation, Ebi uncle bet me a cabi beside the actual Ghana for say, Monfanche, me nipa, Michelle Mobobe Boshano, meant me and in aso. And until mamma 41 year. Momo Fabinche. Nanyamia, the na crammy, and that is I come and be better than I come to no. I offend your mark and now telling can we really say, not to say, ba shebedwam speaker wo behwe na afi we close eye 8 parliament speaker ya ene his excellency John Dramani Mahama abonidin say won sign mrabium na won medi wo moso no wo be close parliament no na afi anadwo de som the parliament ahyehyɛ so speaker are ready awokasa na we are ready no wokasa e bebo area parliament entie di okay.
A further call on the office to capture the contents of the annual reports of the Parliamentary Service and the handing over notes of the clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng in Sian. You will have details of the validatory address in these documents. And so what I intend to do is to give you the broad strokes of the address, even though that is also still lengthy. Was a validatory address is to give a full report of the 4 years of what we have achieved or not achieved. Let me say how grateful I am to the Almighty God for His divine grace, which has guided my journey and sustained me through the immense responsibilities of presiding over the proceedings of this August House and chairing the meetings of the Parliamentary Service Board. It has been a divine privilege to serve as Speaker of Ghana's Parliament at a time of a historic hung Parliament. And many cases or countries, I should say, including Australia, the United Kingdom, and even Ghana during the tenure of the Third Republic, could not make it to the full hog of the term of the Parliament. But we have succeeded. I talked about being sovereign and pensive. Was this a product of an experience of an uncharted path of trials and tribulations, miracles and mysteries, and of accomplishments and missed opportunities? The 8th Parliament, which has been unique in its composition and historic in its journey, will remain a testament to the resilience of our democratic traditions and the collective spirit of our people. Along the way, our Creator, the Almighty God, elevated 2 of the members of the House to His kingdom. You all recall these illustrious members were the honorable members for the Kumewu and Ejoso constituencies, the late Philip Baswa and the late John Ampotua Kuma, respectively. I'm very sure they are in the promised land where the Almighty God Himself is waiting for all of us at the appropriate time. And so I want to emphasize what we did by wishing that their souls rest in perfect peace. Indeed, it is with a great sense of humility, gratitude, reflection, and hope that I, through you, address the people of Ghana today as we draw the curtain on the life of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Over the past 4 years, we have together navigated uncharted waters. The AF Parliament, distinguished by its equal representation between the two major political parties, stood as a bold experiment in collaboration and consensus building. Together, we broke barriers, setting new benchmarks in parliamentary openness, accountability, transparency, and inclusivity. On your behalf, I say, to God be the glory. Honorable members, when you graciously elected me as a speaker of this parliament in the early hours of 7th January 2021, I came to take the chair with no doubt in my mind that Ghanaians, from the verdict in the elections of 2020, were calling on Parliament to work in harmony for the greater good of all. In my remarks to Parliament, after I taken my oath as Speaker, I requested of us all to prioritize, and I want to quote this: consultation, accommodation, and consensus building on matters of public interest. In my later acceptance speech that followed a few hours later that day, I promised that I will, I quote, submit myself to the will of the House and pledge to serve our dear country, to serve you and all Ghanaians faithfully, and to conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of Parliament. I further promise to wholeheartedly put at the disposal of Parliament and the country the store of knowledge, immense experience, and the huge data bank I have accumulated and accommodated over the years. These promises I have endeavored to keep throughout these 4 great years of service as Speaker of Parliament. On 15 January 2021, in a welcome address to the reconvened sitting of the first meeting of Parliament, I touched on 5 core areas of parliamentary life. These include a special message to first-time members of Parliament, advice to members who become ministers of state, the expectations of the people of Ghana, of the AF Parliament, a focus on the core mandate and mission of Parliament without making the AF Parliament an obstructionist or a rubber stamp legislature. And finally, on the subject of impartiality of the Speaker. Reflecting on my message in these 5 areas 4 years on, I observed how prophetic the message became. And it still amazes me how those issues I raised have turned out during the last one of the 8th Parliament. I am not going to detail that again in this address. But honorable members may recall that I advised the 114 first-time members to, quote, remember at all times that you lead your people best by serving them with respect, with humility, and with diligence. And that ultimately, responsibility for having a successful career in this house rests with you. Honorable members, I must say, some of you heeded this call and have been rewarded with a new term in Parliament at the just ended elections. To those of you who have been privileged to return to the ninth Parliament, I repeat the prayer I said 4 years ago. May your career in this house be as long as and as progressive as mine has been. And I hope first-time members-elect who may be watching today's proceedings will take a cue and bear in mind that the day of accountability to the people is a short 4 years from tomorrow, the 7th of January 2025. Honorable members, in that address 4 years ago, I also emphasized the expectation of the people of Ghana of this 8th Parliament. In denying both the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress single-party control of the legislative branch in the 2020 elections, Ghanaians were simply instructing the political class to chart a new path, to embark on new ways of transacting parliamentary business, which is nothing else but the business of the people. I reminded members of the call of the voters on us to disband the party-first mindset and mentality. I stressed the call on us to work together as a family with a common purpose. I must say, this Parliament did some amazing work through lots of bipartisan consultations and cooperation. But I note with regret how the same Parliament allowed what I then described as the unbridled partisanship and partisan polarization that has taken root in our politics and are giving our option of multi-party democracy a bad name. The people of Ghana are the better judges, and I leave that to them. Four years ago, you all recall there was a gripping fear that the 8th Parliament Honorable Member, I want to listen to you when you finish your conversation on the phone. Then I can continue. Four years ago, there was a gripping fear that the 8th Parliament would be either an obstructionist or a rubber stamp Parliament. I'm happy today the leaders have given a view which is mixed feelings. Some say it was obstructionist, others say it was a rubber stamp, but others, and I think that's the general view, held the view that we were able to balance the issues better than the earlier parliaments. And I think this is an achievement. I am satisfied that I have not yielded to pressure from any quarters, and I believe I have courageously discharged this assurance to the administration and admiration of many in Ghana and the world over. My impartiality is not in doubt. It's only those who are not objective that will think otherwise. I have endeared myself to be fair, impartial, and firm in the handling of the business of the House over the last 4 years. To what we have been able to collectively do in this Parliament over the last 4 years, despite numerous debilitating challenges. As I said, I will not go into the details because the handing over notes of the clerk to Parliament and the annual reports of the Parliamentary Service copiously refer to these matters. But Ghanaians will remember that we started the 8th Parliament with a backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic, which had members of Parliament starting the journey with frequent medical examinations on them, their families, staff of the Parliamentary Service, and the parliamentary community, such as the medical, the police, fire, ambulance, and other security personnel. And so when you talk about Parliament, it's not only members of Parliament, it's not only the staff of the Parliamentary Service, but all these public servants are counted as part of the institution of Parliament. Without them, we will not be able to perform our functions. You recall how we had to isolate those of you who were tested positive, and how some of you almost lost your lives as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. We are compelled to, from time to time, direct that some of you and some members of staff should proceed on leave in order to decongest the presence of Parliament. In the midst of all this, we proceeded to organize orientation workshops for both the new and continuing members of Parliament on their roles and responsibilities, the code of ethics and conduct, rules of practice and procedures, the conduct of parliamentary business, privileges and immunities of Parliament, members and officers of Parliament, and how to process and sanitize draft legislation, scrutinize and approve financial appropriations, among others. And I believe we satisfactorily performed these functions. Despite these challenges, the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic actually hit the ground running with the swearing in of His Excellency the President and providing annual platform for him to deliver the State of Nations address. Apart from scrutinizing annual budgets, after embarking on the post-budget workshops, we also proceeded to hold public hearings of nominees of the President, and it was not only with regard to members of the executive, but also those of the judicial arms of government. But at the end of the day, we had 399 sittings, including today's sitting. were able to pass 60 bills out of 100 that was presented to the House. 22 of them are still before committees. 6 are at second reading and 4 at consideration stage. 8 of them were withdrawn by the sponsors. Out of the 60 bills that were passed, 5 were private members' bills, setting the baseline record of private members' bills in Ghana. The breakdown is captured in the address. I will not be able to read all because it also captures instruments and regulations, bilateral agreements, contracts, financial motions, resolutions, and everything that we did as parliamentary business, including the rulings of the Speaker of Parliament. So I want to invite members to take time to go through this address to know at least a bit of what you have achieved within these 4 years. Sometimes these are unknown to the people you serve, and they only see Parliament when the small lenses of the cameras bring to them the few glimpses on the TV, and they think that is what Parliament is made of. So it's important that you take some time to go through yourself to advocate and educate our people. But let me mention some very important legislations we passed. One is the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act. The other is the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, which did not receive the assent of His Excellency the President. We passed a very important law on the public financial management of this country, and also on criminal offences amendment bills. The very important ones are those dealing with witchcraft. We have passed a bill against witchcraft. We've also passed a bill abolishing the death penalty. And we have also decriminalized attempted suicide. These are key legislations that have to be brought to the attention of the people who represent here, because they are going to correct many of the ills of our society. And they are groundbreaking bills which many countries have sought some support to try and emulate our good example. It is because of these bills that we're able to convince the global community to give Ghana a seat in the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. It's unfortunate that some people took a different view, and some of these bills did not receive the assent of His Excellency the President. However, there are some bills that are pending that are equally very important that I believe the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic will take on board. One is the Constitution Amendment Bill. 2, the International Business and Economic Transactions Bill. 3, the Interstate Succession Bill. 4, the Budget Bill. 5, Parliament Bill. 6, Parliament Transition Bill. 7, Parliamentary Service Bill. 8, Spousal Rights Bill. These are very, very important legislations that are of, or I should say, that need urgent attention. we had to perform an oversight function. That was the place that we had some clashes with the executive arm of government. But it's important for me to note this, that although Ghana's parliament under this fourth Republican dispensation has often scored low marks when it comes to performing its oversight function, simply due to the excessive executive overreach, this eighth parliament has proven that there is hope for proper executive oversight by the legislative branch of government. With the hung parliament, we have had many instances of the House standing up to the executive, and many government businesses and proposals that were considered to be against the interests of the Ghanaian people were not supported by this House. And so I'm not surprised the majority leader, the leader of the House, itemized some of those businesses. It was not just the minority that stood against it, but some members of the majority also agreed that they were not in the interest of the people of Ghana. And that is how this House succeeded in exercising oversight over the government. We resisted the passage, for example, of the e-levy bill. We even initiated a vote of censure against a minister of finance, and he found favor with members of government who constituted themselves into a group and held a press conference to make a call, a very passionate call to His Excellency the President to do what? To remove the Minister of Finance in question. We set up a committee to investigate the COVID-19 vaccine procurement contract, and we investigated a number of petitions. And on your behalf, I want to applaud the work of the Public Accounts Committee. They did a very good job, and very soon it will be disclosed how much has been retrieved by the state that would have been lost if not for the vigilance of the Auditor General Department and led by the Public Accounts Committee. So congratulations, Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, in the person of Honorable James Kruje Abeji. Honorable members, we had 225 committee sittings. The details are in the report. We also filed a total of 1,449 questions. And ministers answered many of them, but not all. We had 109 statements in the first session, 122 in the second session, 113 in the third session, and only 51 in the fourth session. And that gives us a total of 395 statements. Honorable members, let me underscore And these are instances that are regrettable. And I want to, on your behalf, apologize to the good people of Ghana to forgive us for our sins. Let me just mention a few developments in the parliamentary service. I'm sure many of you have heard that if for nothing, the parliamentary service staff as of today are more motivated, inspired, and hopeful for their future than before. This is because the Parliamentary Service Board, comprising the leaders of both the majority and minority caucuses, have over the period under my leadership have revised, reviewed, and updated the conditions of service for the parliamentary service of Ghana. We have also created opportunities for them to try to build their capacity to make sure that the institution of parliament is enabled to perform its constitutional functions. We were helped in this direction by the Corporate Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024 we inherited from the 7th Parliament. And so we rolled out a new organizational structure and a grading system for the parliamentary service. We're able to elongate the organogram to create a career progression which was imposed by a short-run grading structure of the service. And we met some staff that got stagnated in one position for 20 to 21 years without promotion. We have started a process of looking at welfare support for members of parliament, because under the laws of Ghana, the parliamentary service is to provide some welfare support for members of parliament. This is not covered under Article 71. There are matters that must be made available here for you to be able to perform your duties and handle your responsibilities very well. We have also now finalized the structure, and we are servicing a parliamentary training institute for the Parliament of Ghana. We have completed the construction of the offices for the Parliamentary Training Institute and also a development office which will provide additional office accommodation to enable us absorb technical personnel to capacitate Parliament to be able to render some new services that are imposed on us. An example is the fact that now we have to provide fiscal responsibility analysis for every bill that is presented to the House. And we need technical support to be able to do this. We have also reconfigured and refurbished the upper part of this chamber block and converted it into a parliamentary museum. And so honorable members are encouraged to just have a sight of it, where you can trace the history, the unique history of the Parliament of Ghana from before the colonial intervention up to date. We have restructured the committee system, and now you have 6 cluster organized subject matter areas. We have the finance and economic committees cluster. We have the legal committees, the science and technology. We have the social, infrastructure and security committees, the government, and other few expert areas. We have established the Budget and Fiscal Analysis Office, and we have also improved the IT system. And so very soon, when it is fully deployed, we'll be using e-voting, not your voices again when the question is put. And we believe that the 9th Parliament will have the benefit of this facility. Because of the security situation, we have to up the cyber security system of the House. This is to ring fence and provide firewalls against cyber security attacks. So, honorable members, those of you who were born before computer, the BBC, you have to up your game. Very soon, the Parliament of Ghana will go paperless. And if you were born before computer, nobody will tell you that part of the qualifications of being a member of Parliament is to be a computer literate. Honorable members, it's important for me to also note that we have created a Citizens Bureau as part of the Open Parliament initiative to ensure we maintain a constant link to the people we represent and serve. We established a Law and Governance Division, which is a specialized area where legal services and governance support services will be given to Parliament. And that is why we established units such as the Human Rights, Anti-Corruption, and Investigation units in this House. And these are meant to serve the new committees that we've established, such as the Parliamentary Committees on Human Rights, Legal and Constitutional, Judiciary, the Constitutional Commissions, and the Independent Government Institutions, the committees that work on corruption, the Ways and Means Committee, the Security and Intelligence Committee. All these new committees need technical support, and so we have made provision for that. It's with all these developments that this Parliament was adjudged the most open Parliament in Africa. I must say that our interactions with civil society organizations, including the think tanks, have shown a marked improvement in our relationship, and they have provided a lot of technical support for the work we do here. I'm very grateful to all of you, more importantly, to those of you who focus on us providing a comprehensive new standing orders. You'll be surprised the Parliament of Canada reached out to Parliament of Ghana to come and present our new standing orders as part of the illuminating materials for them to also improve on their standing orders. And we sent a team led by the outgoing clerk to do that presentation. And I can assure you that our contacts with them show that they will send even more people to come and learn from us, whilst we also learn from them. These are some of the interventions that have catapulted this parliament to be the first parliament that has been absorbed as an international affiliate member of the National Conference of State Legislators in the United States of America. The only other country or parliament that got that recognition is Quebec in Canada. All the other applicants are still being scrutinized to see whether they qualify or not. And so we have a place of pride in the International Council of the National Conference of State Legislators. And the outgoing or outgone majority leader and veteran member of parliament for Swami, who, together with my good self and the outgoing clerk, represented you in that international council, managed to arrange some interface between the parliaments in America and the parliament in Ghana. And so a lot of you will have the opportunity now to go and understudy the systems. I must say there are very diverse systems even in the United States itself. While they will come here to understudy our system, and in doing so build the capacity of each country's parliaments. We are also given the opportunity to have sister parliaments, and we reach out to the Parliament of Philadelphia, which will connect with us, and on annual basis we have exchanges apart from the Parliamentary Friendship Associations. We also reach out to the Parliament of Maryland, and they have supported us with their good example of a museum, which is part of the information we gathered together with the one in Japan, India, South Africa, and the rest, to model ours, which I referred to earlier on. So a lot has been done, and this year we are being assessed on the Open Parliament Initiative to see whether we still maintain our first position. Let me also say that we have retrofitted the SY Public Affairs Department of Parliament, and we added some new layers, such as public engagement, media relations, and broadcasting department. I hear some people don't understand why we're talking about broadcasting, but I want to broadcast our proceedings live. We believe that this will ensure better parliament-citizens relationship, and this will give the opportunity for people to learn and understand the nature of the work we do and the value contribution we make to the living standards of the people in this parliament. We have, through this, be able to open more student parliaments and parliamentary youth clubs in tertiary and second cycle institutions. We have bettered our online presence throughout our websites, mobile applications, and also social and the new media platforms that are now, if you go there, you see how visible and vibrant the Parliament of Ghana is. In celebrating the 30th anniversary celebrations of the Fourth Republic Parliament, we were able to reach out to many regions of our country. And I was privileged to have continued also the Speaker's Breakfast Forum, and to add to it the Speaker's Seminar Lecture Series. This has brought a number of our professionals to assist Parliament in its work. On the part of international relations and parliamentary diplomacy, I regret that due to some foot dragging, the friendship associations, parliamentary friendship associations, did not benefit much from this evolving area of parliaments. And I pray the 9th Parliament will take this up. But we have still maintained Ghana's leadership in the Global League of Parliaments. And that is how come I was honored to assume the position of President of the Conference of Speakers and Presidents of African legislatures. All the Anglophone parliaments, Arab, Francophone, and Lusophone parliaments. You also recall my presidency as the head of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International, which led to Ghana hosting the 66th conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And this is the first time Ghana ever hosted this conference. And we had attendance from 182 parliaments in the Commonwealth. We had our veteran MP, Honorable Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, being elected to serve as the vice chairman of the executive committee of this international association. And this is the first in the history of our country. Honorable members, our clerk therefore had the opportunity to lead the clerks at table internationally, and together we worked to sign a number of memoranda of understanding with not only America, but also other parliaments in Africa and other countries. I may only mention just a few. We have with Hungary, Germany, Panama, and I'm happy to say that one of our sons is the husband of the Speaker of the Parliament of Panama. He is from Akwamufi. Yes, just a few days ago, and I think he's still around because he's coming for this transitional period. We also have with KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo in South Africa. We have Alabama in the US. We have with Namibia and Tanzania. I also led delegations for us to visit the Parliament of Pennsylvania, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Benin, and we have established some relationship with them. Future parliaments will benefit from all this work of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. And so in conclusion, despite the many successful happenings within the past 4 years, our journey was not without its trials and tribulations. We faced moments of impasse and discord, a natural consequence of our shared but sometimes divergent aspirations. From the logistical challenges of managing an even-numbered parliament to the occasional breakdowns in bipartisanship, our resolve was tested. From the many unpleasant encounters with both the executive and the judicial branches, the resilience of our democratic architecture was measured However, every challenge was an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to strengthen our democratic processes. Through it all, we have demonstrated that dialogue and mutual respect are indispensable to nation building. And I'll refer all of you to a very well-written and delivered speech by Her Majesty the King, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, to the University of Professional Studies, Accra, as to the process to building a nation. I've told the clerk's office to make copies available to each and every member of parliament. Honorable members, valedictory speeches are meant to serve as farewell communication. Hence, I bid this 8th parliament and all its players farewell. I appeal to the incoming 9th parliament to build on the foundations we have laid. Let us ensure the continuity of reforms, and in fact, we've established a reforms office here in Parliament. Let us preserve the gains of accountability, and let us foster unity across political divides. The strength of a nation lies not in the uniformity of its voices, but in the harmony of its differences. I urge the 9th Parliament to embrace the diversity of opinions and work collaboratively to address the pressing needs of our citizens. Leadership, as I have come to learn, is not about exerting authority, but it's about inspiring trust, enabling others, and championing the vision larger than oneself. Public service is different from self-service. And anybody who wants to engage in self-service, you better go to private sector. I am deeply humbled by the trust reposed in me to steer this August House during this historic term. To my colleagues, I am eternally grateful to all of you for your support and counsel. To the Parliamentary Service Board, the Clerk to Parliament, the management, officers and staff of Parliament, your diligence and professionalism have been the bedrock of our successes. And to the people of Ghana, led by the media, and I repeat, the media, thank you for keeping faith with us, holding us accountable, and believing in the promise of our democracy. As I bid farewell, I carry with me a treasure trove of memories, lessons, and relationships forged in the crucible of parliamentary service. I wish the incoming parliament wisdom, courage, and the enduring support of the Ghanaian people. May this House continue to shine as a beacon of democracy and a sanctuary of hope for all citizens. The citizens of Ghana, your role does not end with the casting of a ballot. Stay engaged, hold your leaders accountable, and contribute your voice to the governance of our nation. Some of us were so worried that very loud voices got silenced during these few years. It was so sad. And I want to call on all of you, please stop watching just Maybe if I mention, somebody will think I'm targeting him. So I will not go there. But it's important to rather watch what your leaders are doing than just focusing on games and leisure TVs. Democracy thrives when its citizens are active participants and not passive observers. And His Excellency hit that theme when he talked about us being citizens and not what? Spectators. As we look to the future, let us do so with faith in our collective strength. The journey of democracy is not just a continuous one, it's an unending one, marked by perseverance, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to justice and equity. Let us rise above our differences, united in our shared purpose of building a prosperous and peaceful Ghana for generations to come. Remember, the greatness of a nation lies not in its wealth, but in the spirit of its people. May God continue to pour His blessings on our homeland Ghana, and may He continue to guide and sustain us on this noble path. Honorable members, may God bless all of you. I thank you for your attention. Honorable members, please, let me do the last one. Resume your seats. Resume your seats.
Jay, what is your number? What is your number? What is your number?
Yes, honorable members, I wanted to.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, we may have some constitutional exercise here. Mr. Speaker, now that your valedictory speech is over, the question is whether or not it will be within the confines of law for a motion to be moved for this House to stand dissolved, or that, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a point. Mr. Speaker, please.
Majority Leader, we are in charge.
Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, you have always been in charge, but we have to assist you. Mr. Speaker, especially when you have an incoming jurisprudence practitioner.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. I will assist you.
Majority Leader. Please, and just a minute. An unsolicited advice is not taken. An unsolicited advice is not taken. Honorable members, Parliament accordingly stands dissolved at 12 midnight in accordance with Article 1131 of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, this matter.
So, honourable members, I proceed to suspend the sitting
Mr. Speaker, you would always use
constitutional.
Mr. Speaker, you are always using experience to beat us. Now you are putting the suspension of the House. That is it. Mr. Speaker, you've used experience to beat us. It's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, the House stands suspended.
Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Our elders say that before the flood water gets to the sun was already aware the flood water was coming. With this, sitting is accordingly suspended.
I was saying Parliament of Ghana. Yeah, because they must suspend the sitting. In fact, the idea is to dissolve Parliament, but dissolving no beba so at 11:59 until you must suspend the Parliament. I don't know how they're going to go and dissolve it. Whether with the suspension automatically 11:59 it dissolves on its own. Because if there was anything called dissolving at this time, it means that then the presidency to say on them change. What happened is that we suspended Parliament. You know, say majority leader, minority leader, be and then the final, conclusion or whatever happened within the 8th Parliament. No, they are two jar. Acheche or munse munia dia. Kwame waha. Obebro ba kumienu miense so. Ye touch screen so. Na answer na mame welcome El Wahab. Farouk El Wahab. Hey, I come in Pemwasem. Many are penny Wahab, but international relations is an aspect. And we are told, say, 10 heads of state in Ebeba Ghana. In fact, when His Excellency President-elect, we saw him going around, some heads of states, people were wondering what was happening. And probably Farouk El Wahab. Ebetimi acheche mu why and the need to have some heads of state here during the inauguration. Farouk El Wahab, the more crab, I'm saying. But you. Afishiapa, Afina and Shai.
Yes, let's be more watch it.
Pa, you watch it, but Juma 2025, you bear a lot of work. You better hear Juma Papa. I mean, what happened in Parliament now? Speaker and the Casa today, but we've been here for a while. It got to a point you realize Onua man who accolates any idea. But yeah, after all, when our chairman becomes a mama, he also talked about the fact that advice must be solicited. It's not all the time that you solicit for advice. Sometimes you need to be told. Sometimes, to me, you're too full. To me, show a foot to mouth force. Or near foot will be now, so Kobisa. A bit of one so bisa, but any nanny bisa. A bit of one who can say a bit me a bem. Near two for any idea. Upian, chain, aha, nothing microphone in calling him. Memo, what would you say in contest as in an 8th Parliament or mass suspending and then what we watched?
Well, I'm in child native or listeners, or viewers, so
you're right.
Or more Afin. Okay, I think what he seeks to do, an idea, a very normal session and normal practices of Parliament. Say, we are in the 4th Republic still. because they haven't been overthrown of any constitution. And we are still using the 1991, 92 constitution. And if you look at it from the point, say, you have been the 8th government under the 4th Republic. Now, peaceful succession and peaceful transitions, elections, transfer of power. Now, you call the 9th Parliament. It is commonly practicable and appropriate, say, Parliament, a bit move. And this is a school near choir, and card is a free Form 5, lower 6 form. And it is the same thing that the Parliament moves. Now, the most interesting thing is that, yes, the same Speaker of Parliament is the one who has been retained
for the 9th Parliament.
Yes, for the 9th Parliament ahead of time. Yes, you can say now, Onua knows some colleagues. He comes in with one huge background of experience.
That's right.
That is to say that Onene, the longest African serving parliamentarian.
Yes.
He was nearly 31 years in Parliament.
Wow.
And having been in Parliament, you know, he has been a minority leader in Parliament. And same time, he has been a majority leader in Parliament. Sure. And then he has consistently also been a parliamentary, a Speaker of Parliament for 8 years. And then he would also be the first parliamentary Speaker of Parliament for another 4 years. So that is to say that he's the only person who is breaking the 8.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? Onuna breaking the 8 in terms of number of years Obiawa in Parliament. So it will tell you, say, he has a certain experience. One thing I can say,
as a DFN, so it was that kind of experience.
DFN, I call saying 2. They call 2, but
8. When they break 8,
DFN break 8. There be in the second, we call 4 years, and he's going another 4 years.
Yeah. Aaron Michael Quay was a speaker during 2020. And then Alban became speaker 2020, sorry. 2020. I mean 2016 to 2020.
Okay, yes.
This one 2021.
Yes, so that is true. Sorry about that. So he's actually even gunning to go 2 terms, which is not bad. Now, if you look at it from the angle, that's true. If you look at it from the angle, say, with his background experience as a lawyer who understands the parliamentary affairs, or a very technical, I've listened to him. Now, Aban is a very good friend that I know. He respects Oseche Mensabonsu as one of the pillars of the parliament. And even when Oseche Mensa was going out of parliament, he wasn't happy with it because the two of them comes with a very huge experience. Oseche Mensa by 96 parliament. But Wayne was there in 92, or by 96, or by 2000, or by 04, or by 08, or by 12, and now about 16, and 20, or by speaker. Majority I say. And to share how or handle even the issue of the judiciary. People may not understand and being a bit political about it.
Yeah, he used technicalities to beat the
But that is what I mean, that it comes with also experience. Yes, he's a lawyer, so you understand the judicial aspect of it. Then same time he's saying that you, the judicial, you don't understand much of the parliamentary work. So we are bringing it for judicial, so your friends, the constitutional interpretations. But the constitutional interpretations, it moves from the parliament to go there.
Yes.
They enact the laws. They made the laws and come to you
interpret.
For you to interpret, to validate. It does not mean that you'll be better than the person who designed it. And somewhere along the line, I think we need that in a country for continuity.
Maybe it's so stressed now, autocrats like Obia, no share parliamentarians. So it be nice or more fun say or your headmaster.
Okay, Obia come in any position with leadership qualities and style.
Yes.
Either in governance, the same thing in the judiciary. There are some judges who comes to court bullying lawyers. What about that? There are also chief justices who goes to listen and bully all judges. There are also everybody, every sector, anyhow, no, a human institution, personal characteristics also comes to play. And for me, only the match, you know, but young share the Jumanan Kasan said, or Yadi and Aswanyade. Let us not forget. Once the beginning, NPP for NDC4 accusing. So he was siding too much with NPP.
Yes.
It got to a point, the NPP were also criticizing him, say he was much into his party.
That was the latter part. In fact, beginning, no. And to be honest, the state or the president was the one taking care of him. And he, party.
Okay, well, the unconfirmed. And he Oberhen said, Shakwa of us obey Parliament or Speaker of Parliament. Obeka at that time, no, I'm sorry, but the reality is that MPP MPs, about 2 or 3, they voted against Michael Kui.
Yes, in fact, I think it was 1.
And now
they were looking for 2, right? Okay.
What I say? Sir, Oman 2 Angus here. Honorable Michael Kui Ekoso. And no two gains in His Excellency Nana Dulanko Kofado also affirmed the decision and allow him to go.
Yes.
Making it again a member from the opposition party being the Speaker of Parliament in an incumbent government.
That was history.
That was also another history to note. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And somehow, anyhow, no, it all comes with his credentials. Not working also.
Of course.
So I'm not surprised NDC have left him to stand. But there is a catch. The catch here is that he's going to face a serious problem. The serious problem is that Onua party. The serious problem is that at the latter part said MPP need to stand off kakra.
Yeah.
The serious part is that Obinya a parliament with a huge gap of about 50 MPs on the side of majority against the minority. What does it mean? It means one year extra stronger and harder, he cannot control that majority parliament this time around. Why? 1, absenteeism. Because parliament in Ankasano, they are very lazy, some of them. Now Bashar said a year more or less, whether we like it or not, to be rubber stamp. So be rubber stamp parliamentar. Members say 160 crown a they know they carry the day. We are going to have situations whereby parliamentarians Obaba Bese Kwai Nana before Oko parliamentar, catch a majority, catch a clerk, catch a speaker say me man a war Kosovo no Bako Yarmeko. They will go for 3 months, they wouldn't come.
Yeah.
You remember the issue of
Adjusafo, yeah.
It was one of those issues. And this is where the energy, the synergy, any abaria agwangbagweno, it has to be put in test. So how he is going to
in the 9th parliament.
In the 9th parliament, how he would be firm and adjust himself against his own majority. Again, when you have such a bigger majority.
But you see, the other thing is that Crawford feels say One president-elect. In fact, they had a brow at the time when president-elect now Oyo Mampegini. Do baby Obabonte beka so ko hwe no kora no a okwa omo ye ne say but Oyo bi a ono and the training in parliament.
He's mentioned
no ye ne ba. Sort of.
He's mentioned it.
And people are even wondering how president-elect Besan Bonidi so on sign by speaker and in his work, so one sheni ye na or yes or the next from Dende and Crawford Becca say and Casa Papa Grano or the president was him.
Anyhow, somehow, still Bagwin that some of us know. Obey Joyena, but what I say.
Right.
Yes, only His Excellency the President-elect. That kind of seniority gap and also a respect man. They have respect for each other. Yes, they've had not just a brow. They had a situation where he wanted to challenge him with the presidential friend is saying. That was a subject matter of discussion. And they had,
in fact, he thought he was better off than John Mahama.
Okay, at a point maybe.
Yes.
But then the other issue was the fact that time and now His Excellency in the 2015, 2012 to 2016. Now Oma parliamentary, Oma ministerial post. On said Wama Agban Bagwe. He felt that he was an experience more than all of them.
Yes.
Wama no. Wama Honorable Rashid Pepu at the time, the first time. Wama no. And your friend is saying, do free Mr. Mensa.
E.T. Mensa.
E.T. Mensa.
Yes.
And Obakrai said, or mom, the 3 wise men.
Yes.
And that's packed a lot of anger. And Obusan said, 3 wise men, no, saying. And he didn't even naturally give them even any office. So it was something hanging. He felt, say, he was somehow maybe disrespected. But I think, say, the president this time around, even though some have suggested, manka majority, no, omu elected and a nominate, no, nanko no afemo. But nevertheless, surprisingly, the president went ahead to nominate him without much even from the other side, from his party. And today is something that it was orchestrated by the party herself. And let us not forget.
But it's strange, because in the 8th Parliament, Omai who said the party was controlling Parliament, not the MPs themselves.
Yes.
Until whether NPP or NDC, their party leadership was controlling Parliament on what to sign and what not to sign.
Exactly, because when the NDC, the Parliamentary Board, I say didn't get to be.
Yeah.
And I say didn't get to Parliamentary Board. A lot of the decisions doesn't come from the front desk. It doesn't come from the majority leader.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from the when it comes to NDC, for them, their structure unlike the NPP. For them, the chairman of the party has a very huge power, and especially somebody like Seydou Ketia, who had been a parliamentarian before, and he understands. He had been a general secretary of the party, and now a chairman. NPP, the general secretary has a power. The chairman is ceremonial. NDC, the chairman has a power. But I see Ketia's time of even the general secretary,
not to me,
he was so stronger than whoever was chairman. So still being a member of the parliamentary board, and then his party in question, the party in a parliament. It tells you therefore, say, I see Ketia is actually part and parcel of this decision. And I like that with NDC say, when it comes to collective decision, they are better strategics. They strategically perform better than NPP. Because NPP, bureaucracy, more. But NDC, when it comes to strategizing to do something, they come as a party and strategize. So when we summarize all this, we will say yes, Abambagwen, he has had his time, he has had his day, and he's still being pushed to go through the night parliament. He
wasn't pushed.
No, I'm saying that he
actually wanted that.
He wanted that. Yeah, but when he said he's still energetic. He is still energetic. He's strong. So no one ever my who say see how they were tapping. With this energy experience, Sanko Okotina fear. Then because the level ultimate speaker of parliament. But
the other people within the, of course, and I say Michael Kwe or one speaker be more TV. But the other people who are more parliament advocate, for instance, has been a member of parliament for years, just as Alban. So that kind of experience, maybe feel so. There are some people they could have also used as speaker, that kind of thing.
On say only or unfinished business. Utie niema okekaye, niema awoye, niema awaye no. Let us not forget, even when you go to the MPP, the ranking members of MPP, even though some are disgruntled and that's a little bit, when it comes to the work itself, they appreciate Abambagman's work.
Oh, of course.
Because omna ye juma bibi JH Mutamne Nana Domoni Adadeno. They recognize and then appreciate his contribution and that his understanding of parliament. I think it will balance well to me in my estimation. The only thing that I have a problem is the unresolved mystery of the real work of Ghana Parliament. So whether they live up to the expectation. It's not about all the accolades, not all the things that His Excellency, the third president of the country, Honorable Abambagwen Aka. When it comes to the real parliament itself, Ghana Parliament, have they lived up to expectations? I.e., the country's forward marching, i.e., impacting decisions by presidents, making sure this country work. And that is where the Parliament of Ghana, to me,
I'm not satisfied.
Yeah, sure. Mami found Parliament as you just ended with this. Let's go to Parliament. Kwame. He actually mentioned a few of the things that but take us through what has been some of the highlights. A year 8th Parliament and they almost suspended.
Okay, yeah, sure. Ghana's 8th Parliament, some of our achievements in terms of anyone with me here throughout 4-year term now. One of the things I beat me at Kanye said, I'm going to pass the affirmative action bill.
Yeah.
That was just 2023 year. They also passed the e-levy, as much as it might be unpopular, no? Account achievements because they managed to pass it because it was a bill by Parliament. The other one I said, almost behind the advancements of digitalization because especially in the use of Ghana Gov, almost in the use of course they passed a lot of bills that helped in using Ghana Gov more efficiently. Another one is approval of IMF linked policies. Ubekaya Ghana IMF non. We had to do certain things that were pre-modalities and yes. And then this Parliament, helped in passing bills and things that made sure say you bit the anti-LGBTQ bill
President signed a walk.
Yes. And also one of our achievements. At least another one is national identification system legislation. We had the controversy by, especially in a sense, we and a Ghana card, the sole ID card in this country. Now, for
but we must know that Ghana card was actually not initiated by Nanado. The last time I heard as a Crawford Mane looking like he actually initiated it. No, he wasn't the one.
There was an NIA card, but then it
was still the same Ghana card. Ghana card could be an NIA card. And one Mudidimwa and the Abe Ghana card. We must say, Omuna say Mukena. My to me the year, Juma. Basically,
they also strengthened parliamentary committees. In fact, this parliament, this 8th Parliament, has been one of the parliaments the Public Accounts Committee has been most efficient at.
Public Accounts Committee.
Yeah, Public Accounts Committee. They do a lot more sittings. Aside Public Accounts Committee, the Assurances Committee now didn't have account. They created more committees at the account. You see, they have been a backbenchers committee now didn't almost intimate in your being count when
Parliament, I have now backbencher committee, yes, also saying. Ebianca sat down Parliament. Ebianca sat down. Matia.
Another one. Omachibe makunso yese. Omutimi passe CI. Emeki the Ghana card, the sole document for the registration of the voter ID.
But they passed, but yes, it's true. They didn't.
But they passed the CI for voter registration. They also passed this Parliament. The first Parliament in the history, both majority and minority in SSN leadership within the 4-year term. No? Majority SSN leadership earlier this year.
I'm breaking news we answer. Earlier today, Ebabonte said His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo granted some a prison phobia or more pardon. Usually it happens. Na Ebabonte nipa be do ba kubi online for a chotro. It be me a political encrofo. Asofo nyina wo. Omo a ema ene Ghana ye banki omugugu bi ya keke bi abubo bi. Na no ene from the presidency. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo before 11:59. A trust statement. Me sure 11:30 kilometer for France wako. But they are bad. Oche ko mi mpesa edi enia. Asoma me kan me boy now we feel free. Wa park everywhere there. And they say ba catch them that. Wa try wa house wa won pa busuaman so bia mo bia me keka bi ntire. Communications Directory Jubilee House. Ese we kra no Eugene hin na ne sasha ase. Krache bebonria na tro. No say the attention of the office of the president has been drawn to report circulating in sections of the media suggesting that the President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has granted a presidential pardon to certain individuals. We wish to categorically state that these assertions are inaccurate. No pardon has been granted by President Nana Akufo-Addo. The public is kindly urged to disregard any contrary information and rely on the official communications from the office of the president. Indeed, that document no hweswa sro no as a people try no bo no kro no try you so share that say for one night say dey hu maybe free from sro. According to Omono, there hasn't been any padding of that sort, you know. Any asama about it to us.
A banner say, I can send some memory, say.
So when ya,
that's it, I say. Ya church on some to go for letter heads.
That's all one, some non for cabbage. The what? Eh, I near the Zambata.
The letter
yeah, when ya pay my last one, dear Korea. Eh, I dare move Mamma 41 or Tiffy, no. Eh, so. Okay.
In terms of other achievements, you share from the perspective of private members' bills, Pastor. Yes, before June 2020.
Yes.
The resolution for members of parliament to foot bills to parliament was not existent. Bills were only sent from the executive. Executive, you can't say which you. Na bill everything about it was a few executive. Yes. Now so June 2020 Speaker Michael Kwe the sa explanation by and Speaker Bagman so by no Obabe Mukena. This year Parliament was the first time private members bills were introduced.
Right.
And this Parliament footed about 10 of them.
10
and even more because it's me kind of 10. It's me kind a few of them. Promotion of proper human sexual rights, LGBTQ.
Sam George back.
Yes, criminal offences bill, legal aid commission bill, road traffic bill, office of the special prosecutor amendment, chartered institute of restructuring and insolvency practitioners, and also electoral offences and malpractice bill. Yes, indeed. This parliament had about 10 or even more of them. Can you say you're going to a top leaderboard no? On there. I know what they call. In terms of
Honorable Kennedy Osenya, a member of parliament or at the hell baby. Yeah. Mama me
Okay.
Another one is yes. We need. In terms of composition and representation, over the years, the female representation in Parliament, has increased. In your state Parliament, now a woman 30%. That was about 10.9% of the total number of MPs at the time. When MPs increasing in the 7th Parliament to 169 for the end. 169 for the NPP, 106 for the NDC. Yes. There were 37 women. That was about 13.5% of the total MPs. In this 4th Parliament, unprecedented, there were 40 women.
Wow.
That is another time high. Yes, 14.5%.
No efficiency, you're saying.
Also, affirmative action bill now. This parliament pass here. It also says something. Say by the year 2030, female inclusion. Also, it may reach a certain level. At least 30%.
Free SHS. And the man
there been a man no cry no say we about Juma now we ni year. Any of the BP so now I got na Honda baby mo dey me say tale mo dressing. And I'm the parliament here. There's in competition. We back me say be ato mo nka dia kan nyina. To aso a.
In terms of budget approval timelines. In fact, let's put it across. This parliament is the only parliament or rejected budget 3 times.
Parliament way rejected budget.
Rejected budget 3 times. 2021, 2022, and 2023. Yes, the only budgets that were approved. I know 2024 they were
schematics. Main budget or the contingency budget was disapproved.
Yeah, and 2025 they also and Friday and by
Amantem.
Yes, so this parliament has always had issues with presentation of budget and approval of budgets.
Right.
Timelines for approval of budgets in the state parliament now budget approval taking about 16 days. Average of 16 days. 7th parliament, it was an average of 18 days. In the 8th parliament, it took 21 days plus.
Yeah, no, Mabobra.
Yes. Into one
budget be almost it was expected, yeah.
And in terms of walkouts, walkouts are your stage here.
Say ya near both we say a
This parliament, the 8th parliament, 2021 to 2025, almost stage over 10 walkouts.
Hey!
That is
the
highest in the history of
so
our
say Mukromo Machi or Parliament you. Yeah, no, the same if you pay capital, no more matter.
Yeah, let's see a few of them here. They walked out a couple of times over 11. This 11 home walk out about 3 times. Approval of ministerial nominees, and also walk out anti-LGBTQ, some walk out, and betting tax. We will walk out. In the 7th parliament, some walk out about 6 times. First one was about the approval of EC appointees, and I'm walking out first one. Second one also was banking sector cleanup. No, they walked out. Third one was around Otiko Jaba. So the 7th parliament walked out about 6 times. But the 8th parliament has been more than 10 times. The 6th parliament had 4. They recorded 4. Controversies over the American power deal, petroleum revenue, all those ones sparked walkouts in parliament. These are basically statistics that you put out comparing this 8th parliament to the other parliaments in terms of a Juma Mwae.
Right. There were videos of some of the things that can't watch me in the walkouts. How even in fact parliament where they BBS speak up and free but the can ABC parliament we need assistant leadership from the NDC, from the MPP side, the assistant leadership. In fact, from the NDC side, now say the DWEN yabem. Me sremo some of my kind of make a bit ya me pegidi. Say as an as you o ma twetwe o mo ka nti ade na so o mo ya na o mo nam ho bata ho ne nam chen fufu heka ahone adada. Enti na ya na o mo say ne o mo de kwa share say we is about the economy, let an economist come and lead. But I've told you say in the next parliament leadership no for NDC most of them will be changed in the next parliament. I'm telling you for a fact that most will be changed. They would have new leadership in parliament.
Appointment.
Appointment. Appointment. If you are president, a constituency. So make what I will say. If you don't get it, forget about it. In Yinabe, you have some judge on a year cathedral here in 58. Adani Shimimpo ye decorated to address a hospital.
On this side are not against the building of a cathedral. However, Mr. Speaker, because we are Christians, we are not playing to the gallery. We are following the dictates of the Bible. And this is what the Bible we believe in says to us. In Luke 14:28-30, is there anyone here planning to build a new house, in this case a cathedral, who doesn't first sit down to figure the cost so you know if you can complete it? If you only get the foundation laid, and Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what he says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money, you are going to look pretty foolish. Everyone passing by will poke fun at you. He started something he couldn't finish. This is the word of the Lord. Don't you look foolish because you have only laid a foundation and run out of money. Mr. Speaker, this is not some church, this is the Bible. You don't go to church.
You are minded to, Speaker, focus on his debate. I don't want Speaker, I'm guided. I've always been focused, Mr. Speaker, but the impression must not be created that the bill was watered down. Mr. Speaker, what the other debaters on this matter fail to address is the issue that it is not mainly about the sexual lifestyles of a man and a woman, or a man and a man and a woman and a woman. Mr. Speaker, as sponsors of the bill, Mr. Speaker,
your statement is rightly placed on our rules. Mr. Speaker, where we disagree with you is your conclusion. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference.
What did you say? Where we disagree?
Where I disagree with you is your conclusion. Mr. Speaker, and I make reference to our standing order 76. And with your permission, I read. 76.1. Every application to Parliament shall, and I think the word there is shall, be in the form of a petition. And every petition must be presented by a member of Parliament, who shall be responsible for the observance of the rules contained in Appendix A. Mr. Speaker, I heard you said, you yourself alluded to the fact that members of Parliament could raise matter that could refer to privileges, and civil society could equally do same. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to your office, I disagree with you vehemently when you, Mr. Speaker, want to do that yourself. Because it has to be a member of Parliament who has to do that according to our rules.
Honorable member, read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, I will be grateful to listen.
Read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, it will be good to listen to me. When I'm done, you have the privilege to make your
I'm not the chief whip.
You have to first
read the standing orders again.
Mr. Speaker, I have read what I want to read, and I've stopped where I want to stop.
Honorable member,
you listen to me, and when you hear me,
will you resume your
seat?
Here and repeatedly heard Honorable Mutala refer to me as a practitioner of LGBT to the hearing of everyone in this house. I sat here and repeatedly heard him
Honorable Minister,
at the top of his voice and refer to me as a practitioner of LGBT. And every single last one of you is behaving as if you didn't hear it. And if in response to that I say he is mad, it is only a madman who will refer to his colleague in this house as a practitioner of LGBTQ. When you haven't seen me having sexual intercourse with your wife or your daughter or your mother.
Honorable Minister.
When you haven't caught me having sexual intercourse with your wife or your daughter or your mother.
Honorable Minister.
And refer to me in those terms. In those terms.
Honorable Minister.
And we call ourselves honorable members of
the... You see? When you refer to me as your you know, Onua so naja. Okwakwatena akando na so ananya no no. Otina na so so akwatena na konwa so ne ade ade de ho nsem ba bebre. Koleza na bi nya kolezada. Akando nya kolezada. Oh nya kolezada. Otina na so no wo kubrei. Wo hwe brei pa. Ni sisi okura sisifia with leg fia. Na mom ne ma wodwe. Na watena na so tum so de ne tui pra no. Oh, yes oh. Sema sisi. Ene ade about the enkwa mi amoho. Ye ba back into the studio ne Farouk El Wahab. Ewa ye ne di nkomo Kwame Asante ewa homa so Kwame. Ma adubio. Kwame.
Ya sɛdeɛ na mo guso a mo bobɔ ene no ɛde ɛkyerɛ wɔ mo a ɛhwɛ yɛn ɛwɔ Onua TV so no na ɛyɛ emrahye bedwafie ɛno no ansana wɔnom ɛde emrahye bedwafie deɛ ɛtɔ so ɛnwɔtwe nyina ɛbɛba na wieyɛ no na sɛdeɛ wɔn amra no ɛteɛ ɛwɔ efie ha no na ɛwɔ sɛ ɛdɔm dodoɔ no ba no deni ɛde ne nsɛm ɛtudwa na ɛwɔ sɛ dɔm kuma no nso so no fa no wɔn nso ɛde wɔn nsɛm etwa toɔ ɛtudwa ansakora na wɔn atumi ɛde emrahye bedwafie ɛtɔ so nwɔtwe no ɛde abana wie yɛ saa nso ɛna akyame hene a ɔyɛwɔ emrahye bedwafie ha sɛ owura bagmen ɔno nso so no ɛde ne nsɛm ahodoɔ ɛtudwa yɛ no ɛyɛ ne nsɛm etwa toɔ koraa na ɛno akyiri no ɛna wɔyɛ ne sɛ wɔnom ɛba na wɔn ɛde dwumadie ne nyinaa aba na wie yɛ na ɛnum no ɛna owura fanyɔma akɛnsa ɔno ɛna ɛyɛ dɔm dodoɔ no ba no dani pagya ne nsa kyerɛ sɛ Mr. Speaker kɔbasa na sɛ yakyea nneɛma kakra ɛsan sɛ ɛnɛ no sɛdeɛ amamra no ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ anadwo
dumienu ena omutumi ede emrahye bedwafie etoso nwotwe ni nyina etumi ebe na wiye na enumu no enam so ema Mr Speaker ka se wonye di na wonhwe no esanse wonimde woye ema owiye na wode ne nsem etudwa wo announce no wode ebetudwa ekire se sesede omu pagye omumu ede kosi se anadwo edumienu ebebo na afei omode emrahye bedwafie de etoso nwotwe ni nyina akọ na wiye na afei omotumi afa emrakwanso na ande etoso enkron no omatumi ensoso agi wonom atum na omo afri wondwumadi ase na abrad medi no ekoso sei no ye ne emrahye bedwefo ahodu wonom nsoso edi dwuma ewo emrahye bedwafi ha ya womo eka de etoso enwotwe no ho no ye ne wonom atwetwe nkomo na ye ne owura Sulemana Adam ya wonom ena okotan abato empesua no so a woye emrahye bedwani ewo ho no ye ne no atwetwe enkomo a ye hwe ensema hodo ya wode atudwa ene enkomo twetwe a ye ne no atwetwe ye no ebi.
Right, inti ehwe kwan se member of parliament o munini di nkomo no wa wotie yen fi radio so wo betimi ene edi nkomo eno ti yeguso ya ehwe o miye ya mo sorry ye no ye so na ebinom edidi nkomo anti ehwe se yen sabeka omo a woni omo edidi nkomo ewo 8th parliament o ma suspend so far suspension till 11:59 na just say parliament no ejuma abewie na 9th parliament omo di ahihye so there will be a lot of new entrants inti foforo no ebeba beka ho no how effective would a parliament be and no edru ha ye be hunu ba ye ka say ye ade a preparations are ongoing for the inauguration of the president.
Yenhwe ene dissolve the 8th parliament. You were part of the 8th parliament and osanso eka members of parliament or more by the 9th parliament no ehu. Yenhwe general assessment on the 8th parliament.
Yo medasimi no ya say 8th parliament na a unique parliament, a parliament a ebinsi Ghana hada 137 and one independent or decided so on MPP by business. We have speaker not only party our Bamo, a minority A20, a majority A20. So everything about 8th parliament A unique. And the 8th parliament abon home if you say challenges are not a WOHO pinche and I'm saying numbers in the penti emrebia fisena chinyo ho so bia adwen so all numbers are obitim de attain I mean just say iron Ghana democracy and na edi ba wi better if parliament na say any jumadi adi ni antimi anya me sure say 9th parliament ebeto aso
honorable mayenhwe obinum argue say I said the minority side no nanka mo numbers na decisions bi o hanka mo betumi agina family nanka money majority no edc ani ba say de na amanfo kire say ompeso muhunu no omanhumo sa
numbers no you can cook figures 137 cannot be bigger than 138 and it say if push come to shove na ndc fo nyina minority the numbers nyina ba MPP the numbers nyina plus independent candidate was on by business ebe dey na 137 ados much 138 media major dey say minority side I hold if parliament we aboa because where levy the initial threshold na 1.5 and am pinchen entiase and dey by 1.0 tax waivers are abandoned by over $450 million minority and am yam pass e be seen the tax waiver yam pass and a Supreme Court you choked and your minority and can send you two abeka home. There are a lot of things minority were able to stand their way to stop government. Now so your mind 137 inches say and say about Juma Koso. I was about Juma Koso now so SSI woman and yes kati. Now as far as a concern ye need to me be I say about SSS and ye be kati and so.
Until Obed described the minority part of the 8th parliament say moye moduma to expectations said ye nanka mo pese moye no.
Very gallant heroes. If you say near Bank of Ghana eya emwa uko COVID-19 funds ye de ma ban uko airport frontier services any Sputnik V investors koto ye enyoma ye yi no edadi e ma ban we train ho free ho no edoso pa ntima ka set gallant 37 e na age Ghana say ye 2020 abano president Nakufo the last time we e no nya 169 nka say Ghana ye China and Russia for there ka waton and so 137 na onya ye nso nya 137 eno na holding no in check abesi samre we And Timeka said 137, no, there were things that we could have done better. But Major said, on hindsight, a gallant 137.
Yenhwe the ninth parliament eba ediana mohwe ni mu se mo beye ebeye different ebeboa the democracy Ghana as a nation.
Ninth parliament ebeye different from eighth parliament. Ninth parliament ebeye similar to seventh parliament. Banyame adom enye MPP na eba NDC na eba. Until lessons are yesuon wo seventh parliament no ebe guide NDC for eba in the ninth parliament. Ne make can say emra MPP nya 169 oni ompe bia no mo ye yemfa ho ne obeka. But President Mama ye hu say enye ne yepe ene Ghana for pe. Enti say omo ye 88 mpo omo kan bibi na ye hu say tosmo a ye befa because oman na ye chichire. Nyame ya adom ninth parliament na ma ye numbers a ensesan ya President Mama person ode ba no parliament na ma ye numbers e bitimi da ensesan ye no. Enti me gidi say Ghana for hwa anim say nhyehyɛ papa President Mama wo no parliament beboa no na Ghana for nyina boa ama akoso amaye na parliament anya numbers ni say ya say ni bi wo ha ehia complete overhaul of portions of a constitution no meje di say numbers ni tena ebeboa ama Ghana aye better achen say na 8th parliament aye kra
eno na dey my next question na e ba manfo age say asemonya to
Right, let's come back to the studio. 137 as gallant members of parliament. No, ya mene nyadwene. Ne kama sempe. Also ne nyadwene meboa. Na dey manye de. Parliament we na a minority for mwedi pa. Because speaker Mayehu said you need 2/3 and that is what the law states to be able to make conduct business. As in policy bibi ambetimi aye some wo ho no de half some betna parliament chamber na moye adwuma na emom some be take decisions you need 2/3 and 2/3 is not 138 for Christ's sake enti de ba bebre ho anka mbetimi ayo abro nisikaje to mo ntumi ayo me de maka madwene mo parliament ni so agu ni afi na mbefra ni aba ho
enwui
egu ba afi na 9 ba ma kire madwene wo 8 mu okay wahab your opinion about the Kwame here and also interview
well pretty much we find the statistics there then it beckons the owners of it. I mean we'll have statistics but if you are to individually say oh probo no prosecute you there are a lot of things that would also go through. Like I said, some of them were, I would say it wasn't effective. My thinking had always been said, how far has all those on bail pass here, any more credentials raised out there? How did it impact governance, i.e., economy, i.e., management and administering the country's mineral resources? You see, if you listen holistically and you listen to all of them, Parliament of Ghana, their work is only about Parliament. It's only about bill. Is that the case? No. Well, how does it impact a nation? Their work does not impact a nation because of how they approach. Either bipartisan or partisan approach in most cases. It has not impacted Ghana. Where do we say, or what do we say? Share Parliament, consistent and stable Parliament in a fourth republic having 9 governments. Now it means the affairs of the country having one standing, permanent, existing a national development plan. We've never had that. All these credentials to me is nothing. You know what?
Why?
MPP comes into government with a Bible of MPP, which is MPP manifesto. NDC comes to government, as they are going to do now, with a manifesto of NDC. Who wrote those manifesto? And how does that manifesto impact the nation? How did MPP's own impact the nation?
The NDC would say this time around with the manifesto, they decided to go around the country.
Yes,
to take the minds of people.
You go around the country. That is fair, expectedly. But let me tell you that policy advocates, or those who push that any developed country, those policy makers, they are not
politicians.
They are not politicians. You solicit also other individual members of your country, either in or out, diaspora, etc.
Yeah.
Your knowledge partner is your universities. You have tech, you have Legon, all the faculties, anything that we're talking about, we are say a governance, a administration, a minerals, a BBR. The knowledge originates from your universities.
Yeah.
And to me, say Ghana Parliament say, how far has our Ghanaian universities been a knowledge partner of any government, i.e., policy development? We don't develop any policy. Any policy called manifesto, as you are talking, the Bible of all these parties, you know, the first thing they talk about is how our Omo party best sustain power and win power and win power.
Yeah,
that is the first statement.
Yes, a nice selection.
Second thing is how the party will take care of the grassroots members of the party, not the nation.
Yes.
And then the third thing is that policy, and I say no mama state manifesto no. Excuse me, with all due respect to the two parties. Sometimes a particular big share. Somebody wrote on agric.
Yes.
Other one goes to write on minerals. We try to write on galamsey. Then they do collation, they put it together and print and save it. That is what we are going to save the country. Which developed nation does that? What does the parliament? What do they have in hand? Because now to say major agenda 111. Thank you very much. The party manifesto of NDC did not make mention of agenda 111. Also agenda 555. What does it mean? It means who agenda 111 contracts now was signed. It went into the hands of pro NDC MPP members.
Yes.
Into Onoba Twaswa onko no tria womsuka no munyeska in the mind of a party because that is we are dealing with party manifesto and to on your son also be create agenda 555 no so enhance why enforce no one is in the base in yeska to support. Is that the parliament that we're talking about? No. Do you understand what I mean? And the Parliament of Republic of Ghana is not all these the bills that you sign. The bills that you sign, some of them you saw. I'm saying that it's a work.
Action,
signing of a bill is your work.
LGBTQ.
It's your work. But is that what
did they have any
actually impact the pockets of Ghanaians? No. Mepacho. Dabe na Ghanaian presidential candidates or presidents of Republic of Ghana, either NDC or MPP president, obe jai se or ko na oye juma osi toilet. Osi bridge, osi this, or ye bohu emankofo. Now what train amankofo na who are will be users of it, what punish you because say or train either the tail end election period.
No commission.
Is there any parliament that has talked about that practices? How does a president sit down? How does any president sit down? Both parties or sit down. Now China why year project, a year road. I'm trunk road so I want the access. Even the more use it near block road for the people you deprive them from using for 84 years until they take 2 weeks before election. You go and commission for people to use. In that case, any rational thinking purpose will say, where is the parliament in this regard? Has parliament passed any bill? Say any president or any party to stop that? When you build any road meant for Ghanaians, allow Ghanaians to use, not until elections.
About one commission, toilet near commission, classroom block, classroom block.
How would Parliament deal with the issue of a president of Republic of Ghana, either MPP or NDC? In this case, we're having His Excellency John Mama.
Yes.
A big in a Parliament, yanya majority and a majority so meeting they are changing them. Are they prepared to change the S gratia? Are they prepared to tell the Ghanaians? It's very good. It will be a good news. What about the diplomatic immunity that covers the presidents? Are they prepared to do that? And on their own yet. When you set that one aside, when would the Parliament of Ghana tell the Ghanaian president, you can't leave the presidency? Now for entourage. Entourage of your own ministers, 120, about 80% of them. Now do about 200 kilometers away, only to go and commission market. Abra what DCE, what MCE, what regional minister, When we did them, the excesses of that money that they use, the president traveling, the fuel, any the people behind, and then what the better, and unaccountable interest. Has Parliament spoken about it? So all these things are very fine projections, they are very fine history, they are very fine statistics. Notwithstanding, no, Ghana Parliament, in my view, the 137 that they're talking about, when 2016, I said to myself, 2020, I said to myself, Ghana, this is the best opportunity for Ghana with that numbers. Only for us to realize it's just one. One person would have been a Brunia, would have been even the most important person in the history. What did we see? The same night. Right now, one who banter be akosu NPP and what's the name? A+. There must it always be said independent candidates cannot stand in the middle, and both of them are rushing on all the independent candidates.
So no, you decision be, then he will move to where
you understand to be, because the Europe, and I'm quoting Germany as a typical example, case scenario. Almost FDP and no greener alternative party, the Green Party, and the FDP. FDP party. FDP for say on Pesa Germany, editu ebeko country bia omu anti-weapons. Ma Germany yehun tokwada. Yempesa obedi American chakoko.
Hitler.
Enti yempesa yempe peace. Green Alternative Party ni say Germany bia menyusu car kra, yusu bicycle. Greenpeace. Umweltverschmutzung. Say environmental pollution. Pesa behu smoke. Gas emissions. And to the understand sa party budget me and no the parliament. And when they are going in for ministerial posts from generations long, always environmental ministry, they make sure say there's no boiler be a Google car. They make sure say everywhere is clean,
because that's what they stand for.
Yes, exactly. They make sure say German here bush or here forest, and your baby and I be developing the corona coho. It's your protected corona one. Yama flowers in Moho, Yama gardens in all. You go to Galamsey, Green Party. Into a cop parliament with as an independent, they go there with the soul and purpose of what they stand for. Is that what we do here? The answer is capital N-O, no. Yeah, the end of the day, we go and the parliament itself recognizes the importance and then advise we should have majority and minority caucuses. And now, almost 30 sorry at 10. Say la nana tifi, nana a president 10 o'clock. Not time not to call. 10 o'clock. Sorry, babu on paye. Now I introduction. Wabu din roll call. And for the by president said, "Me, we free him. Okay, Obi, I want to dim Yabeka, Yabobo, Oma, and yes, in up to 11 time. Now I inducted the 9th. That time, 11:59. Nana Bon Empire, Ghana, Baba, you
Baba, Parliament.
What I say? Not the presidency. I could be the Speaker of Parliament. No, I behold the President of the Republic of Ghana from Manager 12 and call His Excellency Mama. No. Until Abambagwen becomes the president of the Republic of Ghana.
And Chief Justice
Chief Justice
say your best swear before I best swear a speaker.
Yes, until Onu mem until Obedi Kakra Abambedi Kakra. What I am quite so ole no the 3 weeks. Odo nyakwa di Ghana president 3 weeks. What I say?
We the hours Kakra.
We Obedi hours Kakra. What I say? I'm also so record this was once a Ghanaian president.
Yes.
Until the parliament in it. We have a small country. We have a lot of minerals. We have the Nyama BBB. And then a parliament in bit Martinasiakase. We are the legislators. We make the laws for the executive. We made the laws more or less for the judiciary also to interpret, analyze, and then also to do whatever that it is. In that entrance, okay, both sides. Yabre. Yamfa BB to 7 party there. You building the national consensus. You building the national development plan. Because I say NDC people were making noise say His Excellency your mama school should be.
Yeah.
E
block.
We be. Germany su hospitals be 85% woman ye. Now hospital or 85% when we now there's will be
various stage of continuity.
Do you understand me? And in a parliament in so seriously partisan approach on the tour. And in my view, and I think the view of many Ghanaians, right, I feel say it is not right. In the Parliament of Ghana, much as they do a lot of things, however, a favor woman as parliamentarians. Parliamentarian biaji police in Northern now. Is this a country that is so risky, security risky, that you have to shut Ghana police by 276 police officers?
I am people am kokun woni fie.
Me pacho.
Na wada.
What about the individual say you come fie?
So mo ya ntwa ba ma.
Na me pacho robbery so happen ko fo fie na. MP sunku ne what about the MP oyari da ho owuye? Waka change yakopo so mo MP mu. You see, there are certain things, they are natural phenomenon. A word there, young Muslims from a religious perspective. But this is not a country that is brutal. You must be a attack a parliamentarian. Papa, mama, oh, Ghana parliamentarian. Election be do. Omewo fufu obeba.
Obeba. Be senior money ade.
Birthday party omuko. You know me kwa ye. Oko restaurants, chop bars, you kroma.
As you are junior crowd and walk on any panel, see dross in the house.
What you say? Say, when him
was see dross.
Sir,
Naka.
Oh, Debbie.
Oh,
sir.
Now, come a video will make
where my good friend, Vanderport. So, I'm an ear what I said. But it is no majai. All these things, it makes spicy your politics, but it is not all what we want as Ghanaians. We expect our parliamentarians go to the parliament, represent your constituency, let them know at the purpose near do call my casa.
Six, sorry, so but I want you to touch on the inauguration. No?
Yes,
why President-elect decided say obevesity other countries now.
Okay.
Or my inauguration. Before then, I mean, IGP. As what commercial last week when they were lieutenant be say Otu from patch of money for IGP in Gusuma. I almost in country so munyang.
Unconfirmed report. Okay.
But
let me touch on the subject of why the president-elect Okoye. One, His Excellency the former president became the president-elect now. He had been a president, a vice president, and a president before. And Waba. There's what is called consultations. Or one opposition between you and I, that on the background, on the other side, or consult friends are or presidents.
Yeah.
A be or government but let us not forget, say the dynamics, MPP and the presidential candidate. Party Nankasa ewo ebia and now for other governments be. And to should be to say independent forum.
Yeah.
MPP no joining independent forum. And to any Republican many other parties here now for four. And ebia His Excellency former president-elect. Also on one kasa on the personal friends. Inti ye to abama no. He goes out there to extend invitation to say, oh my friend, Pacho, you be swim in for him diabetes. Statutory, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs,
right?
Any Ghana government in Lankasa, our countries be number one. Nigeria had always been the special guest of honor in most cases. Senior Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire, we pick a nation that is very close to us. His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo of Alassane Ouattara, Togo, your mayor special guest of honor, but Oye independent. President Kofo Fichano, but no special guest of honor. But Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, Oyisu Alassane Ouattara. What I say, and I think Prof Mills, AUSU, the then Nigeria, I think either Buhari or Asante to be corrected, obey a special guest of honor. It is a do say a to Abamana President Tayen and Namfufo. But the surprising thing, the catch here is that all my friends, the military boys, all of them one we call it pro-Russian. Omunyineba. Traore of Burkina Faso. Oba.
What's it?
Traore. Burkina president. Oba.
Yeah,
that is in Traore Eba.
Russia now.
Asylum for pro-Russians.
Oh.
As anti-French pro-Russians. Okay, Dumbuya confirmed. Sir Oba. Asimi Goita, Mali, Oba. Chiani of Niger, Oba. And then we have Niger, Chiani. And then the Republic of Gabon, Ogel, Onzo Soba. No, I mean, they're all military boys. Gabon is a military. Traore is military. Dumbuya is military. Asimi Goita is military. And
that's what military mind.
And I make sure say these are, we call it new friends of His Excellency the President-elect.
That's nice.
And all of them, no, they wouldn't have. There are certain things diplomacy you can't put on air. But then you realize, Traore becoming a president, he was not too sure and comfortable with Nanado. The reason was that Nana is pro-French, only anti-French, and to advise him, say, Papa, we need. I'm sorry, government in it.
Right.
Maybe I'll cross so yes and go back and come back to my because a Ghana and a Sankara feature and the Rollins and a Blaise Compaoré French for Kukuno. What I said, and to when I find the traits of Sankara on per se na on ne president on yinini our Ghana a bit. But when it there, what I do not know, what tomorrow no we live to see. Say ombeshe military uniform. And the normal circumstances, they will try to wear military uniform. Why? Because they are still within their revolution. If they don't wear uniform, if they wear uniform,
and were these countries part of those military a year? Nanado Kase under AU. ECOWAS.
And the woman cry ECOWAS now sa kopacho but emfa. Woman kasa na EU mu. It was and cry the 3. A declaration of your friends, a pediatric declaration, and Odi friends Asimi Goita. Pediatric declaration 2, and Odi Traore, and Odi Mali, and Odi Dumbuya. And Dumbuya there no more cancer your friend Chiani Diano, and Omkaso, Yakwa attack, which here in this studio, and I'm can say it will never happen. ECOWAS haven't got even one weapon. I ECOWAS in India. We need power be a bit and indeed. Ombetra crab, a dark and pisky. Say ECOWAS generals, of course. We need Ghana Nana be used as a starter. Ghana no kwano the military vehicles, yes sir. No de bakwa Niger. It didn't happen. But all these boys have come together. And the good thing is that
does it mean that we would also be in the good books of Trump?
Well,
because Trump is in the good books of Russia. And probably China.
It is an interesting dynamics. Trump is not in the good books of China, but in the good books somehow friendship.
Russia and North Korea.
Friendship a little bit or flexibility. American system does not allow U.S. president to be friends with Korea, but the president himself has a friendship with Russia, Korea not. But then when it comes to Nipatena Erbano, Omina Erbano, ebi ba on behalf of the state, and here the outgoing presidency and the best extended courtesies. Say Ghana as we do, ye ba mo de intimosumba bana. Name on president we ankasa friends e ba ne de. I'm aware say the new guys, the revolutionary leaders,
five
they are coming. Omunyina ba as a friend in support of the president elect. The woman is concerned the better say you best be from if not anything at all. Traore a great policy. Say His Excellency the President elect share the Burkina a great policy now adopting now. It will go a far way to help Ghana. It a beer or no but one say time you swear in around 12 o'clock, 12:30. Vice President swear in. As the president in a court conference hall, state conference, near the Nakosha Danke to Ebimoho. Then all these presidents, the 10, and other vice presidents, Atiku and Co, 2 vice presidents are coming, 1 speaker of parliament, 10 presidents. There might be more. Omunyina eba. Some are coming. Gabon is arriving tonight. Obaba na juwe. Ebi ba beda adechia. Entom kwa chiani wia. That 15 minutes space. When the president in Bakassan to me 10 presidents ye more time 15 minutes each. No many didn't come no ma washing well. No we are invite you say mo dinner ball be a basso. Obe Kobi. Bebu Obakacho so me time. Obi desert renovation on fair uniform neck room ha. Because yes, into the Omo say obey agreement with the Ghana military and the Ghana government, the president elect and then outgoing president assure and say Ghana military because and you wear uniform.
Yeah, more beyond
obey uniform because in your position a fire panel once the French for pened in some money omuna bit ma bakruma be invade and there's a Ghana military and also pekeno no say releasing to the airport into no after the program woman military uniform straight away to the airport. Uncle baby anoko.
Right.
And from airport no you can find arrival no near the Nukon hotel. The hosting hotel no be hosting. I'm sorry to use no accordion so kakra. What they say? Oh, we are not changing. Nata there the ongro. Maybe or be 5-10 minutes. On a wisa the ambassador on the ground. What is the way forward? No man protocol arrangements. Okay, as you do ho. Yeah, corner. It be a seat 10. It be a front row. And all the deep Oma Moban
would be done.
On the left. Days, the middle gap and on left. Now the president, former presidents of Ghana, starting from Nanado, no so twaso. What they say? Prof. Mesine, Jerimo Enim, Inti Ehuna Nadwa, that is the president Kufo Ababe Twaso, and Janado Obesho Dan left. Now President Kufo so and you know Nancy Sunibia, the other protocols Nibi, speakers in a high dignity.
Right, there's a lot of conversation that we have to have. It's interesting, and that's one of the things people enjoy about you. International relations is very deep with that, and I think you will benefit of those who are coming. As I say, being scared from one. If not, what say Burkina de anye you cry Greek de omoyade, and until Benya home fast was a bit be the free one. Watch now, Ebesia nondu, Captain Beba no sia, Wapon nondu, near Shia nondu, no milo, na Yasuya sauce, now Captain Asamba, 2 o'clock to 6. Into your one, and I have breakfast dance so enemy near Bema. Technical team no be your boy, cameraman, sound light, producers, Harry, Elud Yankee, and Afe, Nana Kwame Bobo Bing, and no be your boy, Lois near the night. I'm going to ask you, China Panundi.